messages stopped? Oh, really? What board is she on?
Everyone ready?
Yeah, we'll have to see if that goes through.
Good evening. I will now call to order the regular city council meeting of July 24th, 2023. Members of the public are invited to attend in-person meetings in council chambers. Public access to the meeting is also available by telephone by using the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. Meetings are broadcast on Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Lighty,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lukman Hiramasa,
Here.
Councilmember Long,
Here.
Councilmember Hadamio,
Here.
Councilmember Kondo,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Councilmember Goff,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Walker.
Here.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Does she work on 5 days? Okay, Friday.
City Manager Guyer, are there any responses to resident inquiry?
Nothing this evening, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, I have two additions that I'd like to just have a general discussion on at this time.
Okay.
One is communication, and that's because I feel that we've gone down in our communication style, and what information we're getting from different sources, i.e. the police department. The city manager doesn't seem to be informed of some of the issues, so we have a breakdown in communication, I feel. I'd like to talk about it. The other thing that I'd like to talk about is the State of the City event that we had on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. So you would like to add 2 discussion items to tonight's agenda, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I can actually tack the State of the City into my communications if you would prefer.
That would be fine. So is council okay adding a 4th discussion item to talk about communication? Yes? How do you feel about that?
Whatever it is.
Okay, great. All right, so we will add that under discussion items. That'll be item D.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is an interview. We have Zachary Diamond for the Citizens Affairs Board. Come on forward, thank you. So you are here to be interviewed for the Ward 1 position on our Citizens Affairs Board. So you attended the CAB meeting in June, and the board has recommended your appointment. I'm going to give you a minute if you want to share just a general intro about yourself and why you would like to serve in this capacity.
Sure thing. Thank you. To begin, my girlfriend and I moved here in January of this year. We closed on our house last year, so technically 2 years in North Glen. No. We are just really excited to live in this community. I grew up in Colorado, in Littleton and Castle Rock. My family moved away when I was in high school, and now we're all moving back here. So my folks chose Evergreen, and my girlfriend and I chose North Glen. We're really excited to live in North Glen, and I'm excited to get involved in such a little big town. I really enjoy the atmosphere that this place has, and now as a first-time homeowner, I'm excited to kind of get involved in my community and serve in the capacity that I can.
Excellent. Does anyone have any questions for Zachary? Councilmember Brown.
Hi, Zachary. Welcome to North Glen.
Hi, Councilmember Brown.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
What is your understanding of what this role will be?
As explained to me, well, as my understanding of what was explained to me, I'm sure they explained it perfectly, but my understanding is this board acts as a liaison to citizens for the city. So as citizens have issues, perhaps with their neighbors, perhaps with businesses. They can approach the board and say, what can I do from a citizen's perspective to rectify my issue? And the board's responsibility then is one of de-escalation, first of all, and then second of all, figuring out the appropriate avenues for citizens to approach the city to enact change.
Wow, well, the president of that board explained it much better to you than he did to me. He's going to get in trouble for that later. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you understood, because it is our only board that is really interacting with the community that deeply. And I just wanted to make sure that you understood that it was a really connection role versus council, planning, any of those other modalities that
Which
we
is
have.
perfect for me, a novice to North Glen, I think, yeah.
Well, I think you're going to have fun. Thank you. Those were the only questions I had.
Councilmember Condo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for volunteering. Because as you know, it's a labor of love when you serve your community and your city. I was wondering if you can just thumbnail maybe a few, or preview for us a few concerns that you may have heard, or maybe you have personally, as a new homeowner in the city.
Well, I personally don't have any qualms just yet. I'm still getting sort of settled in my own right, in my own regard, setting up camp. I haven't heard anything from citizens yet. I actually just recently, in June, went to the board to have my interview, and then I went out of town for a month. So it's my plan to be walking my ward and talking to people. But at this time, it's a little haven.
Okay, got it. I think your plan of walking the area and kind of getting to know people is really a good one. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Councilmember Byrne?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi.
Hi.
I am so glad you stepped up for this seat. Thank you for volunteering. That was my role. Council.
It was your recommendation or we talked at one of the
Yeah, I
community
was
events.
hoping,
Yeah.
so, okay, yeah. I'm so glad you decided to run. I'm just very excited. Your background is amazing. Marketing person. I've lived in many different cities as well myself. And I think you'll be a great addition to the capital. So I'm very excited.
Thank you, Councilmember Burns.
Councilmember Brown, did you raise your hand again?
I did, but that thought went right out my head. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Megan introduced herself as your council person. And this is Nicholas Walker. He is your other council person for Ward 1.
We actually also, I know you probably shook a lot of hands, but we got
Awesome.
the opportunity to meet at another event, yeah.
That's awesome.
And you guys are both invited to the National Night Out Party just across from Larson Park if you're interested.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we love those parties. Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
Just want to say thank you for stepping up. Should be congratulated for that. Well done. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for stepping up in this role. We need and thrive for our volunteers here in Northglen. Without volunteers, then, we can't run these boards such as the Citizens Affairs Board, which is a very important board. Your background is incredibly interesting. Looks like you lived in Peru at one point.
I did, yeah.
And you're fluent in Spanish?
I am.
Very, very interesting. And that you bought your home from the original owner, and it was a Promac home in 1961. All these interesting little facts
Yeah.
and your connections to Northglen. I don't really have a question for you. I just wanted to say thank you and welcome, and I think you are going to do a great job on the board. Look forward to hearing from you in the future.
Thank you very much, Councilmember.
Yeah.
Or Mayor Pro Tem.
She answers.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think everyone has said quite a bit, and I just want to say congratulations and wish you the best.
Thank you very much,
Thank you for
Mayor.
being here tonight.
Thank you all.
See you later. We have 3 presentations tonight. The first one, we have the Good Neighbor Awards, and we also have the Neighborhood Beautification Awards. So for those 2, I'm going to invite council to join me down front.
There's really nothing on it. Yeah. And then Jenny.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening to present the newest recipients of the Good Neighbor Award. For those of you who are here tonight or tuning in at home who may not know what this award is all about, it is presented to residents who truly make a difference in our community. Whether it's shoveling their neighbor's driveway, lending a helping hand with a project, or just being kind to everyone. It's a way for the city and council to recognize and thank these exemplary residents. Tonight, I have the honor of introducing you to most of the residents. I believe one person is not here, but they may sneak in. So our first recipient tonight is Nick, Nicole, and Logan Cobb, who was nominated by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown wrote, "The last 8 months have been very hard on me with my back injury. There have been many times that I have struggled to make it from my truck to the front door. I'm very stubborn and I never ask for help. In my worst moments, out of the blue, I will suddenly feel someone behind me, helping me with each step. It's like I have my very own angel looking out for me. Their unspoken kindness and compassion is heartwarming. Even Logan, their 10-year-old son, has been there for me. It's amazing to me that this young man understands the level of pain I'm feeling." So if you wouldn't mind coming up here, please.
Can I just say something? I think, always, Logan is an amazing child raised by these two people. He will go shopping with me to lift the heavy things for me. He will bring stuff in the trash. And, you know, if I'm up in my room and I need something thrown away, because he's at my house a lot, I can just say, Logan, you take this down to recycling, and you take this to trash. And he just jumps on it. He tells me hello every time he's there. He asks me how I'm feeling that day. You have an amazing son. I mean, at 10 years old, it blows me away. I have walked up my stairs and fallen because sometimes I'm just too weak at home to make it up. And all of a sudden, I'll feel these muscular arms grabbing my waist, telling me stand up. And I got to tell you, the first time it happened, freaked the hell out of me. I didn't think anybody was watching me. Now I know I'll catch them peeking around corners and just trying to see, where's that? Peeking around corners, seeing how many bags I'm trying to carry in today, you know. And it's so heartwarming that they are there for me, because without neighbors like this, I've been like this for almost a year now, much better. But without neighbors like this, I don't know where I'd be. I really don't. I love it. Thank you. You only pose for iPhones?
Next is Steve Meyer, who was nominated by Janelle McCarthy. Janelle wrote, "We've lived in our house for over a year. It has been a very big transition for us moving to Colorado with no family around. Since the first day, Steve has been a great neighbor, someone who actually makes eye contact and says hello when we are outside. He has snowplowed our driveway countless times. He has an RV like us, so he's just been helpful with that as well. He's just an overall solid dude, and we are very happy to be living next to someone like him." Next, we have Michael O'Dwyer, who I don't believe is here right now. He might come in yet. He said he was going to try and make it, but wasn't sure. But he was nominated by Councilmember Walker. Mike has been a staple on our street long before we moved into North Glen. Mike is regularly helping everyone on the street with projects ranging from home improvements to auto repairs. When he's not working hard, he can be found with his garage door open and ready to help. Personally, Mike has helped us build our first table and helped us with some other home repairs. It is fair to say that half of Mike's tools are lent out at this very moment so that neighbors can work on various projects. So, thank you, Mike. Next is Grace Smith. And Grace and her husband Shannon organized the annual block parties, a street-wide Halloween party, and take donations for their local charities as part of their Halloween display. They are caring for their grandchildren full-time and giving back to the community every day. We are lucky to have them as neighbors. Congratulations.
You gave her one that says Mike, not Grace.
Next is Jay and Ashley Travers. Ashley was the only one who was able to make it tonight. I am nominating my neighbors Jay and Ashley. They are always here to help out with anything that we need. They always keep an eye on our house and let us know if they see anything suspicious going on, as well as the others surrounding neighbors' house. They help their next-door elderly neighbors by shoveling during the winter and caring for their lawn during the summer. It's nice to have neighbors that you can count on and call on to get assistance from whenever you need it, and they do so without expecting anything in return and without hesitation. And Ashley is right there. And lastly, we have Brian Waselko, who was nominated by Terry Geyer. Brian does the snow removal for several neighbors. Brian is a member of the Citizens Affair Board too. He is always just a phone call or text away when a helping hand is needed. And Brian is right here.
I will get the invitation for this.
I'm sorry?
Got the invitation.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I had last one.
Yeah. Cool. And next up will be Jenny with her awards.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having us here this evening. And I would just like to congratulate all of the Good Neighbor awardees. I visited with all of them, and we're so lucky that they chose North Glen as their home. So this evening, we're honoring the July awards. And I've got this turned on. Got this turned on. Here we go. There we go. And our first nominee this evening is They're also flower bed partners. They care for the Peace Garden at E.B. Rains, and it's Kent and Sue Albright. Could you come on up, please?
Okay, we all just got sweeted out.
They really do have a beautiful yard. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Whew. There we go. Okay, next we have the Boslau family, and they live at 11811 Irma Drive. I'm not sure if they're here this evening, but another really beautiful yard. Sorry. Must be my fingers, right? Everybody's watching. There we go. No? Sorry. I know you don't believe I'm pushing the right button, but I really am. There. Okay. So, the Britton family, which David is here this evening, at 9920 Clark Drive, another beautiful yard. And they also do the neighborhood watch program in that neighborhood from their family. So come on up, David.
Did you really? I love it, even if that's what I want. Wow. It's beautiful. You've done a wonderful job. Thank you for coming. Okay, next we have at 2901 East 109th Avenue, Sonia DiCarlo and Rafael Castro.
It is. Can I say 2 words? It took me 6 months to convince the HOA that actually changed my yard from lawn to a beautiful water-wise garden. 6 months. And it wasn't uphill battle. We finally did it, and and it's one of very few HOAs in the whole city of Northland. So finally, they're now on my side, and they have enforced plan to change the rules so that allow people to do this in the Foxborough community. So if you're from the Foxborough community or anything else, you're now allowed to do things that is not necessarily just sod or lawn or grass, but there's other alternatives that are water-wise gardens and xeriscape gardens that look really beautiful. And, I mean, right now the plants are really tiny, but eventually we'll have tons of flowers. I just want to say
I'm so glad she was an advocate for that because in the Fox Run area, many of the front yards are smaller, the backyards are huge. And so in the front yard, I think that would be a great thing to add to the HOA like you did, so that's awesome. Okay, next we have Steve and Bonnie Flanagan. They're not with us tonight, but they have a beautiful home at 1421 Phillips Drive. And I want to read something that she would like me to say for her. So she wasn't able to be here tonight, but she wanted everyone to know how excited she was to receive the award. What a great honor and a fun surprise. They've lived in Northglenn 17 years, now having purchased their home, much like Zach, from the original owners. The original owners had a love for roses, just as she does, and so she's trying to keep up that tradition. We were so happy to buy a home in a nice neighborhood that was well cared for, and we really enjoy living in Northglenn and hope that this encourages all neighbors to work hard on their yards too. So that's Steve and Bonnie Flanagan. Okay, and next we have Laura and Aaron Hansen. They have a water-wise yard at 10609 Ronald Drive. I didn't hear back from them, so I'm not sure if they're here. I don't think so, but congratulations to them. Next, we have Larry and Vivian Harvey, another beautiful yard at 1474 Lucille Court. And congratulations to them. Okay, next we have Judy Leach and Larry Monzo at 10820 Acoma Street. They have just redone all of the landscaping in the front of their yard. So congratulations to them also. I did talk to Becky Musgrove this morning, and they're unable to be here tonight, but they live at the corner of 10448 Varice Lane, and they've started taking out their turf and putting in more succulent plants and water-wise material. So real pretty home. Congratulations. And this family is here tonight, and they have a gorgeous yard and a gorgeous home. Rachel and Justin Price and their children, and they live at 10789 Rosanna Drive.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
It's on the record now, they don't do it. Yeah. So good to meet you.
Thanks a lot. Next, we have Rafaela Restafo, And they have a beautiful water-wise yard at 1451 Coring Place. Right up here, come on up.
My inspiration was my wife. I didn't just make it up. I did everything. And I told her, you tell the grades, go. Oh, thank you.
Next, we have Juan and Carmen Rodriguez at 10804 Milwaukee Street. Congratulations to them in Fox Run. So I know Paul's here. Paul Sanchez lives at 2063 Graves Court. Beautiful home. Paul?
I love it, very nice.
And last but not least is Frank and Mary Wangzak, and they live at 341 Emery Road. Are they here tonight? Don't believe so, but gorgeous roses, gorgeous yard, and that concludes July, guys. Could we do a group picture with those that are here tonight? If you could just come up with your certificate real quick, that'd be great.
No, thank you, Jenny. I don't know, I changed the batteries, but maybe that thing's just worn out. We've had it for so long.
David, you might need to push the podium a little over. That'll give you more space, there you go.
Ready, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you, We're going to do a group picture with the Good Neighbor Award.
Oh, great.
So will the Good Neighbor recipients come up, please?
Slide out right there. How you doing? Yeah, you take pictures.
3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Brian, come on up. Our third presentation tonight is by United Power. So we have our key accounts advisor. Oh,
Wow.
look at that. Perhaps we should have stayed down there.
Yeah, that's what we were
I'm so sorry.
trying to negotiate that, but
I missed that part. I
yeah,
apologize.
if we could get that afterwards, that would be great.
Okay.
But good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Brian Blem, your key accounts advisor with United Power. And tonight I'm joined by Ursula Morgan, she's one of our board members, and Mark Gabriel, who's our CEO. And since Mark is here, I'm going to defer to him for the capital check presentation and any updates or questions you may have for him.
Well, good evening.
Hi.
Good evening.
Oh, God, it scared me for a moment. At least you get a chance to sit down, I know that. Thanks so much for having us here tonight. I'm Mark Gabriel, the president and CEO of United Power. I've been in the job about 2.5 years, and I will tell you, giving out the Happy Gilmore checks is one of my favorite things. You know, there's a real difference when you're part of an electric cooperative. You are our member owners, and we take that very, very seriously. We serve, give or take, coming up on 109,000 communities, members of our community, businesses here. And we're one of the, not only the fastest growing utilities in Colorado, but one of the fastest growing in the United States right now. And a lot of that is done from the strength of our relationships with our communities. And we take that very, very clearly to heart. Our members have a voice. Folks like Ursula have to run every few years, right? We have an elected board of directors, and they've got a direct relationship with our communities, make sure that we get the feedback, very much like the council does in this community. Our members have a financial stake and an active voice in what we do, and we think that's really one of the big things that we call the cooperative difference. Because you receive service from an electric cooperative, you own part of the operation. And that investment does return, we don't call them dividends, but capital credit checks over a period of time. And that the capital credits are based on the percentage of amount of power that you use, how long you've been a member in the organization. And generally, the longer you are a member, the greater your capital credits check. Now, every year, our board of directors, represented by Ursula Morgan here, we consider the financial condition of our cooperative, and we determine if we can or retire a portion of our capital credits. And in this past year, the board voted to return $4.5 million, which then gets allocated out across all of our members. The city of North Glen has 8 accounts with us, and since 1995, we returned more than $228,000 to the city, and that includes the check that we have here today. So on behalf of your electric cooperative, I'm very pleased to deliver this check of $4,864.70. And we enjoy having you as a member of United Power and really appreciate the engagement with the city and with all of the members that we have here. So thank you so much. I hate to make you get up again, but we would love to get a picture. Get your exercise this way. Oh, sure.
And then see how many text messages you get later. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, sure.
Back to the iPhone, sorry. All right, that's better. Again, last one. All right, 1, 2, 3. Nobody blink. Thank you.
We'll give you a real good lunch. Well, you know, you probably could have got the right numbers. Happy Gilmore. Oh, yeah. Sure thing.
I'm the tortoise in this.
Is that door?
Wrong door.
All right, next up is public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. Joanna, is there anyone signed up to speak tonight?
Yes, we have 4 people signed up in advance. The first person on the list is Celeste Jackson.
Welcome, Celeste. Please state your name and address and provide your comments to council.
Good evening. I'm Celeste Jackson. I live in North Glen at 3428 East 107th Court. Was I supposed to say something else?
No?
No, you can.
Okay. All right. Cities are for people. Public service means service to all people. The possible censures of councilpersons Tim Long and Nicholas Walker, to me, represents their failures to uphold their oaths of office. Long and Walker's deliberate disaffirmation of the council's commitments to people, which is North Glen residents and those who visit and spend money in our community, really disheartened me. Mr. Long, on June 12th, you indicated concerns for the city's financial stewardship. In that, you signaled concerns about where city monies were allocated. As I understand it, $15,000 was spent for the 2023 Pride event. That money did not take away from other city resources. Those funds did, however, showcase our community and affirm people, sir. Cities are people. Again, LGBTQIA is merely an abbreviation for people who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or asexual. LGBTQIA represents people. The honorable oath you took is to represent all people. It is my profound hope that your next steps set aside your biases and agendas to do good work for this community. Not to further your complaint by arguing budgetary allocations and to disaffirm commitments. Not to marginalize people or to make North Glen small. A city is people, and I would like to live in a city where all people are seen and heard and championed. Thank you.
Next person on the list is Tom Lampo.
Please state your name and address and provide your comments to council.
Awesome. Tom Lampo, 3951 Jackson Way. And I'm here to pray for the city of North Glen. Heavenly Father, in Jesus Christ's precious and holy name, we lift up the city of North Glen and all its people to you. All creation for all time is yours. You've given us North Glen, and we want you here with us. Isaiah 40:28 states, "Have you not known, have you not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He does not faint or grow weary. His understanding is unsearchable." You are the creator, and you need to be recognized as the creator. Lord, we lift up the people of North Glen to you. We are a divided people. Our enemy has convinced us to pick sides. 2 Corinthians 11:14 states, "And no wonder, for even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light." We have taken the bait our enemy has set for us, and we are a broken people. And this has led us to be conquered. Our eyes are blinded, and our judgment is cloudy. 1 Corinthians 3:19 plainly states, For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight. You have more for us, but we have settled. Our wisdom has gotten us where we are. But you have placed us to be here at this time, and this is an important time, a marker in time. Its significance is great. We need to unite under you if we are to get out from under the bondage of our enemy. Matthew 22:37-39 states, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the first and greatest commandment. And second is like it, love your neighbor as yourself." Unite us, help us to live heart, mind, and soul for you, everything we are without a doubt, and help us to love our neighbors as we see ourselves. Through the same lens we see ourselves, we need to look at others. I know your truth is on the horizon and your righteous judgment is not far behind. We need to unite and be there for each other. In your precious and holy name we pray. Amen. You guys have a nice night.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
The next person on the list is Christina Semino.
I'm Christina Semino. I live at 1582 Truda Drive, North Glen, 80233. I'm sitting here before you first to thank you for the vote that happened last city council meeting that I was at, where you voted for this resolution that's going to be voted upon today. You know, what that means for me as a member of the community is a lot. You know, from being that kid that had no sense of belonging to having to reach out to my community for support throughout my life, it means a lot and it sends a great message to our youth. This will drastically reduce suicide rates amongst our community. This will also say that North Glen is safe and we're going to make those individuals accountable for their actions and that this community is for all. Secondly, I'm standing here with just a little comment about something that Councilmember Long said last time I was here, that the LGBTQIA Pride celebration is a special interest group. I know the mayor addressed that already. But that might be the most painful comment I've ever heard about my community, to be honest with you. We're not a special interest group. We are a community. The same as you want to have Hispanic Heritage Month, the same that you want to have all these other different groups. We are all equal. We all deserve a voice. We deserve a celebration. We deserve a community. We fought for years to get where we are. When the first brick was thrown at Stonewall, it started change. Is change easy? Absolutely, it's not. I have had to change how I look at things throughout my life, you know, and a change is part of an adaptation of every year of life. Things change, you know, seasons may change, almost like you can talk about seasons of love and Rent, for example. But that really hurt because we're not a special interest group. We are a community that promotes love and acceptance. And we want our kids, we have a 7-year-old son, I have a beautiful 7-year-old stepson. We want him to know not to judge his neighbors, his friends. We want him to be a leader in his community and stand up for equality, stand up for what is right, and to love everybody. We are all human, we are all one race. And I just wanted to just stress that again, that was incredibly painful, quite upsetting, to be honest with you. And, you know, I hear nothing but positive about our North Glen Pride event. I've heard, you know, mixed reviews of ones throughout the country. North Glen Pride is an event where our community comes together, no matter if you're part of the community or you're an ally or just wondering what the heck is going on at the park. And it literally is an event that brings people together and it teaches about our culture and who we are. So I just wanted to give a little food for thought and thank you guys again for voting for what's going to happen later on today. Thank you.
Christine, did you have that quote from Mr. Walker or was it Mr. Long? Because Mr. Long was the one who actually said it. Mr. Long?
Mr. Long, yes, correct, Mr. Long. I apologize if I.
Thank you.
But thank you guys again. Thank you.
The fourth person actually spoke during the presentations. So I do have an email from an individual who is unable to attend tonight's meeting. So I could either read that now or we could see if there's individuals on the phone who wish to speak, whatever you prefer, Mayor.
Yes, absolutely. However, I want to ask a question because I thought that we changed the process for reading emails during public comment a while ago, and those were just to be shared with council. Am I?
I I know we did voicemails. We weren't gonna do any more voice.
Is that what it was, that we don't play the voicemails anymore? Correct. But emails are read aloud? I would say go ahead and read it now.
Okay. I don't recall. So if you don't.
It was voicemail, so.
It was
you're good.
voicemails, that's right.
Okay. All right. My name is Chase Janice. I live at 10676 Logan Court here in North Glen. First, I want to acknowledge that we are on Indigenous land. Before it was this beautiful city of North Glen, this land was home to and remains home to people from hundreds of different tribes, as well as our animal and plant relatives. It was never undeveloped land because the land was home. To all council members and employees of the city present, I want to thank you for your work that you do for our community despite all the trials and tribulations. To those who listened to the Dice Board and members of the public's concerns when it came to this matter, I am thankful for your words and actions. To council members Walker and Long, I can only hope that the resolution and all our words mean something to you and that you move forward in a good way for our city, all of your neighbors, and yourselves. And that's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak to council? You may press *6 to unmute at this time.
Hi, my name is Brett Markheim. I'd like the opportunity to speak tonight.
Great. Can you, you already stated your name. Can you give us your address? And then you have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Yeah, again, my name is Brett Markheim. I'm a citizen of North Glen. I have been for almost 25 years. I live at 3427 East 107th Court. I've never spoken. I've actually never attended a city council meeting. So obviously I've never spoken at one, but recent events in the chamber compelled me to attend on the phone and speak up tonight. First off, I'd just like to say that the LGBTQ plus community are not a special interest group. They're citizens of the United States, they're citizens of the state of Colorado, and they're citizens of the city of North Glen, and they deserve to be treated with respect. Second, Councilor Walker, the citizens of North Glen are not sheep, and you are certainly not a lion. In regards to you and Councilor Long walking out during the June 5th Pride Proclamation, I had hoped both of you would have taken some time to reflect on your actions and be rightly ashamed of yourselves for the behavior. Recent articles, however, indicated that the opposite is true. In my opinion, both of you have shown that you're grossly unfit to represent the citizens of North Glen, and you should resign immediately. Yes, this is America. We all have the freedom and the right to our personal beliefs and biases, no matter how ignorant or hateful those beliefs or biases might be. But you seem to have forgotten that you chose a life in public service. You chose to serve the citizens of North Glen, and that means all the citizens of North Glen, not just the ones who think, act, believe, and live according to your beliefs. Moreover, you seem to be under the impression that the right to express your beliefs also comes with the right to be free from the consequences of those choices. Most people learn as small children that actions do in fact have consequences. Recently, I've been hearing a lot of so-called Christians make the comment that they are tired of having LGBTQ plus issues crammed down their throat. Has it ever crossed anyone's mind that there might be citizens of this city, this state, and this country that are tired of Christianity being crammed down our throats? I can tell you there certainly are. Generations of this country's LGBTQ citizens have lived with the pain of being outcast, of being othered. They've been discriminated against, ostracized by their own families. They've lost homes, they've lost jobs, they've lost children. They've been denied the right to foster or adopt children. They've had violence and emotional abuse perpetuated against them. They've died horrible deaths while American governments at all levels stood by and did nothing. And even in 2023, there is still the very real fear that simply living their lives authentically might lead them to be treated differently by people in their lives or under the law. that simply living authentically, which we should all aspire to, could literally lead to death or serious injury for them at any given time. Have any of you ever had to live with that fear, counselors? Have you ever experienced any of the things that I mentioned? The LGBTQ plus community chose years ago to stand up together, to show pride in who they are and without denigrating anyone else, to live as and to love their authentic selves, to stop hiding. This is what pride is about, and we should all celebrate that, because pride is about more Americans experiencing true freedom. Lots of Americans love to bloviate about patriotism, but true patriotism isn't about loving your country. It's about loving your citizens and wanting what's best for all Americans, not just your group of people. LGBTQ plus Americans are our fellow citizens, and they deserve to be treated with the same level of respect that has automatically been granted to straight white Christian men in this country for centuries. I'm going to close with a quote from the book of Luke. Treat others just as you want to be treated. If you can't do that, you really have no business in public service. Thank you.
Hi.
I'm here.
Hi, please state your name and
no.
address and provide your comments to council.
Hi, my name's Lauren Rodriguez. I live at 409 Belford Drive. And good evening, Mayor Leidy and members of council. My name's Lauren, as I just said, and I previously served as a Ward 4 council member. When I heard that 2 council members, one that represents my ward, worked out during a Pride resolution, I didn't believe it, and I certainly won't tolerate it. Every one of our neighbors, including our LGBTQ plus neighbors who calls Northglenn home, should feel welcomed, accepted, valued, and included. If council members Long and Walker are incapable or unwilling to represent the beautiful diversity of our community, then they should reconsider their service and step aside for someone else to do the job. I support the resolution for censorship, and I hope that the rest of the council will as well. That's all I want to say. I just wanted to give my word, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the phone that would like to speak to council? You can press *6 to unmute. Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who did not have a chance to sign up who would like to speak to council tonight? Please come forward. Just state your name and address and provide your comments to council.
Hi, I'm Melissa Ryan, and I'm very short. Okay. I live at 11661 Lincoln Street in Northglenn, so I'm on the east side of E.B. Rains, Webster Lake, Don Enema Skate Park. And my concern is for the safety of anybody that attends that skate park and that area. There's been an escalation of extreme violence with the teenagers at that park. I've had to call the cops 3 times in 14 days because there's a 7-year-old that got beat up for his bike. There's a 12-year-old who got beat up because I don't know why he had a vape pen, but he did. And he got beat up. There was a drunk guy with an incident with a knife, and he pulled a knife on these teenagers, and they knocked him out and sent him to the hospital. I live directly behind the skate park. We see everything day in and day out, and the violence is getting really scary. My husband and I have had to shout at these kids to stop because they've got a mob mentality and they gang up on people. It's very, very scary. I have to say, I greatly appreciate the help with the police officers and the park rangers over this last weekend. I understand Officer Thompson volunteered his time to patrol and ride the park. This is the first time he has done so this summer. We haven't seen anybody else out there. The park ranger Karen and Yuki have made great strides, but they're ill-equipped to handle these situations. They have to stay in their vehicles to be safe from these teenagers. Ourselves, we walk the park every night with our dogs. I have had to clean up numerous amounts of trash out of this park. I have gone by myself and swept up the broken beer bottles that they threw at us. out of the pavilions. They are drinking in their cars and smashing beer bottles all over the east entrance of that park. Again, I've picked that up myself because we walk our dog in that area. But I want to strongly urge you guys to please let the cops, if they want to work overtime or volunteer, if we could find it in the budget to keep that area safe, because I won't even let my 14-year-old son walk to the rec center anymore because they called him a pasty-ass white boy and tried to start stuff with him for walking through the park. He was walking to the rec to work out, tried to walk home, and he was getting verbally attacked from these kids. There's about 20 of them. I have started taking pictures of these kids, posting it on Nextdoor, asking their parents to please correct this behavior. And I got banned from Nextdoor. They blocked me. They said I'm not allowed on there for public shaming of children, which I understand. You might not want your kids' faces out there, but then you should be taking care of your children at home and making sure they're not a nuisance to the community. I carry mace with me every time I walk that park. I walk twice a day with my dog, and I carry mace because I feel so unsafe walking through that area now. We've lived here for 12 years. I've never really felt that way, like scared, honestly, to walk myself in that area. So that's my main concern. And I wanted to say, I don't know if there's something we could do to maybe get the community involved to step up and help this area, help these kids. I mean, I've noticed in the rec center guide, most of the activities stop at age 12. So I think a lot of these kids don't have somebody at home or in the community to look up to. We really need to get somehow get them involved so that they feel like they're wanted and needed, so they're not acting out in this aggression. They've already re-tagged your skate park over there and the walls and the parking lot. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Your city workers worked diligently to clean that area, and they have already destroyed it again within the 2 weeks since it was painted. They've got their gang symbols and their tags written all over the place. They deal drugs in your parking lot. These kids can't be over 16, 17 years old. I also see grown adults hanging out with them. But I wanted to say Officer Thompson did a great job this weekend. I really urge you guys, please just let them continue. Find it some way to get that area better, because it's scary, and we're gonna keep coming to these meetings until something happens, because we had to put up security cameras to record these kids because they come at our fence when we tell them to stop. So we're just scared, and we urge you guys to take it kind of serious for the safety of the community. Like, kids shouldn't be allowed over there without an adult. If, I don't know, maybe change the park hours. I have no idea how to fix it, but if you guys could take it serious and work on that, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. No, she'll stay. We'll find out. Is there anyone in the audience? Anyone else? Come on forward. State your name and address.
Hi, my name's Casey Goddard. I live at 10735 Tancred Street. I'm in Ward 4, Councilman Long's ward. I just wanted to reaffirm my support of the censorship of both of our council members. I think I spoke pretty strongly at the last council meeting, but I wanted to kind of address, Councilman Long, you said kind of ad nauseum, you don't know me. You stated that repetitively. I would say, as an appointed councilman, it's incumbent on you to make sure that your constituency knows you. I would say that attendance at an event like Pride would have been a remarkable way for you to meet some of your constituency. You would have been welcomed. I live in your neighborhood. I am out walking all the time, and I've never once seen you. I think it's important that our community, our neighbors, my neighbors, know who their councilmen are, council people are, sorry. I'm terribly sorry. But I don't know, I just wanted to reaffirm my support of the censorship. I think that, again, I would restate that words definitely have consequences. It's already been mentioned that, referring to your citizens, which are your neighbors, as a prey animal, and you as a predator, I think begs some reevaluation of your own personal word choices. So, I think that's it. My wife's not here, so I can't check with her and make sure that. On a side note, not to detract from the importance of that, and I only have a couple minutes, but I wanted to actually say something, address something that has become, is something that I noticed. My parents moved to Northglenn in 1977, and I lived here through all my formative years. And after I graduated Northglenn High School, I went to college, I lived away from Northglenn for a grand total of about 4 years. And then I returned because it's a great community. I've noticed that churn has happened. A lot of my old classmates have moved back into our community. And I think that's a real earmark of a really good community. That said, I grew up on Eura Lane, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with Eura Lane. Certainly you are, Councilman Long. It's a long through street. It goes from Federal Heights, basically, all the way down to Cuevas. And I noticed, and I applaud the city for coming through and doing road maintenance on that street. I know there's been a big project in our ward to improve the infrastructure in the streets and resurfacing, stuff like that. They did a fantastic job I'm gonna speak quickly, getting those resurfaced. But I noticed something strange. On Cuevas, they did some road narrowing, is what I've kind of colloquially known it as, is these visual representations of a narrower street. Now, they also did it on Varice. Strangely, is a much less used street. Eura Lane, however, has not seen that advantage, just on the curve. Again, I grew up on Eura Lane, and so I have watched people drive like hoons up and down this street. When did Chief Van Houten retire? Does anybody remember? What was that? 2011? So it was back when Van Houten was still chief, and I spoke to him personally at our Rotary meeting. And we talked about the speed problems, and he was like, yeah, ever since I was a patrolman, this has been an issue. How long was Chief Van Houten on the force? 30 years? 30 plus years? So, I mean, this has been since I was a kid and since he was a patrolman. And I know of at least 2 fatalities on Eura Lane, just because people drive so fast. There's a huge dip right at 105th, and I thank God for it. It seems to be the only thing that slows anybody down, because I've seen them leave mufflers there. But I didn't understand. I've offered ideas like chicanes and all these other things, but road narrowing seems like a really cost-effective way to take care of that. It seems to work on some of the other roads that we have. I've been told that humps and plateaus and tables, they're not effective because of emergency vehicles, and it's a long street. I just thought maybe we could address that and think about maybe painting or striping Eura Lane as well.
Thank you.
Oh, 7 over. Oh, I thought it was counting down. Sorry. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak to council tonight? Come on up. Please state your name and address and provide your comments.
This is much more terrifying being up here than you think it is. Yeah, thanks.
I was gonna say something, but I'm keeping my mouth shut.
My name is Jacqueline Newman. I live at 1582 Truder Drive with my wife. I think that Long and Walker have already heard enough, not defending them. But I have one question for them, and I want them to think really hard about this question. How do you 2 men want to be remembered in Northglenn history, especially if you plan to go on in other political avenues? We are already continually being knocked down from Trump and all the way down. How do you want to be remembered? How do you want your kids to look at you remembered, your grandkids, and continued forward? Everybody here is here to represent the people, not necessarily your personal beliefs. Trust me, I've had to keep my personal beliefs to me multiple times. I did not come out as being gay until I was in my 30s, because I was not allowed to come out as gay. My mom hit me with a phone when I came out as bisexual. I grew up very closeted because I had to. The only best thing that came from that is having my beautiful son, who is now 7. He does not think he can paint his nails. He does not think he can be who he is. And we keep telling him, be your authentic self. Us in the community embraced me like nobody's business. My son has many aunts, many gunkles, as they are called, and he loves every one of them. He has been to drag shows, he has been to Pride, and guess what? He is a perfectly happy 7-year-old, except for that one little thought of, I can't fully be me because what if they laugh at me? What if they make fun of me? He needs men to stand there and say, you be who you are. Not men who say, I don't want to be part of that, I'm going to go over here. So how do men in this city want to be remembered? That's something you all need to really think about when you look at a little boy who is terrified to be his authentic self because of what he sees in society. Think about it. How do you want to be remembered?
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to council this evening? Thank you very much. We're going to move into council communications. This is an opportunity for us to share some of the business, and also if there are any boards or commission or committee updates. I'll start with Ward 1, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone who attended tonight to speak their minds, called in on the phone, sent emails, greatly appreciate it. And congratulations to everybody who won awards. That was also very awesome. You're all part of what makes this Northland community so amazing, that we've heard from a lot of people here tonight. Everything from all of our neighbors are good neighbors. So communications. I had both of my board meetings since we last met. We had the Historical Society meeting, which is moving forward with the Desert Estates, which is very cool. I did not know they existed until I moved here. So if you all don't know them, they're in Ward 4. But very, very cool architecture. We also had the Parks and Rec Board, where we discussed the playbook, which council was presented last study session as well, which was great. I would also like to do a plug for the RTD Clean Air Free Fair for the rest of July and all of August. So please do, we have the N line here, buses, please do take advantage of that. I just want to say congratulations to staff and everyone here on the dais for a very successful State of the City. It was a great time until the rain ruined our fun. But that was, I heard nothing but amazing things, and I met a lot of really great people who, it was great. And I had the great honor of being a barbecue judge at 7.5 months pregnant. You have no idea how happy that made me.
She ate half the hog herself. I ate the other half.
And congratulations to the police department on your win. It was very well deserved, let me tell you. But maybe only point for next time is maybe don't try to feed us kale with the meats. Maybe mac and cheese.
Mint, so
Yeah.
it cleanse our palates.
Exactly. I think I just want to sort of like wrap up my thoughts for this evening. Hearing everyone speak has really moved me, and again, I just want to reiterate what I firmly said from the beginning and what I've heard a lot of my neighbors and friends say. we were put on this dais to represent everyone in North. And diversity and inclusivity is a big part of what makes this community so beautiful. It's not just our parks and, our great architecture like the Desert Estates. It's the people who live in those homes and go to those parks. And that's what makes North Glen an amazing community and why people want to join boards and become a part of this community. And I just hope everyone knows that you are represented, you are heard, and we support you. Thank you.
Councilmember Walker?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got a few thank yous tonight. First one to Nestor Pino from he's a city employee from the Parks Department, I believe, but he helped Miss Kay and I carry off some chairs when we got caught in that rainstorm. So I just wanted to say thank you. Also to the park staff who were able to clean up a serious act of vandalism at Central Park. Someone pretty much tagged up the entire playground, all the slides, the water fountains, the bike racks, the basketball goals, and our Parks Department was able to clean up within a day, and that's pretty impressive. And just to remind the residents, that all came from the North Glen app. I put it all in there, and they responded that quickly. So thank you to them. I want to go back to the last council meeting, so 2 weeks ago, to Mr. Liu for his letter. I want to thank him for kind words. But I'd also like, this is something I sent to council earlier tonight. I don't know if you guys saw it, but in his letter, he asked they have a radar flashing sign that is there at about 105th and Grant. And I sent it into the city asking if, is this thing broke? Can we get this fixed? But I was told that it was only for school time. So I'd like to have council consensus to see what we can do to get that turned on all year long. I figure we've installed other radar signs. They're part of addressing the speeding problem. We might as well use them. Is everybody okay with that?
I have a question. If it's a school zone sign, that's not the same as a radar sign?
Sorry, it's a radar sign because it just says your speed on it. So it's literally a radar.
It's not a school zone sign.
No, but it was put there, from what I understand, it was put there because of the school zone. But it's still a radar sign saying, your speed, just as a reminder.
Oh, that's
just as like
odd.
what we have. So I don't know why is there a reason why we can't have it on?
Unfortunately, didn't have time to get information from staff, so I'm happy to look into the type of sign. It is part of, I believe being off of Grant, it is part of the school zone improvements that were made a few years ago. So I'm happy to talk with staff tomorrow. And if it's something that's as easy as, I don't know that we need to swap out a sign, but we do turn off all flashing speed radar signs when school's not in session because they're in and around school zones. And the purpose they serve is to slow down the traffic that comes and goes during the school year. So I need to do more work to look at this sign specifically and figure out if it's as easy as just turn it on year round.
Can you clarify? Because even in that sentence, you said radar. I'm trying to understand the difference between a school zone sign,
Sure.
which I'm very familiar with.
It's a speed
and the-
flashing sign. So it's the sign like on
the ones that we
Community
have
Center Drive that's
everywhere.
flash your speed, correct, Nick?
That are
I
on.
think
Okay.
that's the exact picture.
Oh,
And we
yeah. So
own
that
that
is
sign, right?
confusing, so I do support looking into that. 'cause
So do we
that's-
need consensus or do you need time to talk or? what
Do we
you-
own that sign? Just a question.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it wouldn't be a question of not owning it. I would say just provide me consensus to look into it and
Oh, yeah.
I
Yes.
can turn it on if we can turn it on.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Can you look at the one on Malley Drive too? Can I just piggyback that one?
Well, I don't know what that one looks like, so
Yeah,
if you.
It's really, really old,
It flashes yellow. It's one of
just,
those.
just for like 15 minutes before school and probably.
So that one's different than this one.
Yeah.
Districts.
And we
That
can't touch
is a
that
school
one.
flashing, so if the yellow, that's a different sign.
Okay, thank you.
And just to address the third part of Mr. Liu's letter, he asked for a stop sign on 105th and Grant. There's some more work in the background that I need to do before I present that to you guys. So I just want to let Mr. Liu know that that is being addressed. It's just not this time. And while there are many other things that could be addressed tonight, such as, the blatantly obviously double standard that's been on display, I'm not going to touch on all of them. I would like to say that I won't be bullied, intimidated, and whether it's from a virtue signaling email from the city staff or a hateful and vulgar message I received from a sitting DICE board member. Yes, Northland's group that claims to be about inclusivity and diversity and stopping hate. I will never stop fighting so that all residents have their voices heard and represented by and to this council. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Okay, well, I had more of my farewell tour, which I totally enjoy. We had the Groove and Grove several weeks back, where T-Mobile came in and started talking about, they're doing the internet interface over in Ward 2. So that was really good. And then I met with them again at State of the City because I had a couple complaints. So I always do, if you know me. So they are working on it. We agreed Thursday night that they would, within 72 hours before they start on a neighborhood, they will go back and re-hang the hangers. Because we got them in, I would say, March or April. And I don't remember when my street, was supposed to be done. And a lot of my residents get concerned, because they're going in the backyard, they're going out in your yard. So they agreed to do that, and I thought that was a great idea. I attended 2 NERA meetings this, back to back. At the first NERA meeting, we gave permission for them to move forward on the signage that they are choosing, the developer is choosing for the North Glen Marketplace. That doesn't come to council, it only goes to NERA. But I do have a copy, it was not an executive session of what those signs, it's an interpretation of what those signs would be. But it's no longer going to be the North Glen Marketplace, it's going to be the marketplace. I had a lot of hesitancy on it, but that was the way that NERA voted. I went to CML, which was exciting. I wanted to talk just a couple minutes about the North Glen Micro Suites, which is on 112th and Washington. We're a little behind schedule on the sale, but we still expect demolition by the end of summer, hopefully. And then just a little bit on, I'm sorry, a little bit on the changes that are going to go on over by the old Wells Fargo building and over in Ward 2 on Irma and 112th. NERA now owns 3 properties on 112th and Irma. We own the dance studio, we own the gas station repair thing that was on the corner, and we own the lot that Mercedes is on. The mosque bought the car wash, and they will be extending their mosque. So I think that's really exciting for them. So we did have a little bit of flooding on our property, but it was nothing like what was on 111th. I believe they did sandbags to prevent any more damage. So with that said, our development team is working with Mercedes because they really want to stay within North Glen. So they're working with them to relocate them at some point. We offer a relocation package. So hopefully we'll be able to keep them in North Glen. I think we can. They have to. And somewhere really close to my house. The other thing is one of the things that we're looking at tonight in public hearings, we are also working on getting Cakes by Karen moved to get them staying in North Glen. I originally was told that it was a done deal. Then I was told that they were hesitant for the spot that they had kind of chosen. So we're still kind of in limbo with Cakes by Karen, but I'm sure we'll make it to and get them to stay here. I have a great place for them. The European Market is moving over to the old Wells Fargo building, and they'll take over that whole bottom floor. So that should start happening soon. So you'll see some big changes there. I wanted to just talk about the State of the City event because I did go to it on Thursday. I thought it was a good event, but not our best. We've done much better on other events. And a couple of the things that I was continually spoken to about was we had the police and the firemen at the back of the VIP section. So everybody was going through the VIP section and then getting upset because they didn't get bags or, they couldn't, get things and they thought it was all part of it. So that led to a whole lot of confusion. I really felt like by the end of the night, the VIP portion of it should have been roped off a little bit better so that people understood that from here. And I'd like to see the police and the fire department come out from behind that VIP section because I think that led to some confusion too. The other thing that I have been spoken to about was the placement. It was very hard for people to find where the free hot dogs were. Took me a few minutes to find them too. It wasn't clearly identified, and it seemed to be not as well organized as they normally are in the past. And it was noticed by some of our residents, and I just want to make sure that when we do it next year, that we meet those expectations, that they can find a porta potty if they need to use a porta potty. You know, Kona Ice was like really bright and right there, but you know, when it came to Excel, people were asking, where's Excel? It didn't flow right this time. So I think that there's always an advantage to learning something through criticism, basically, of what we may not have done right. Or, let me say that differently, what we could change and build upon that. But the event went off really good until the rain. That's all I have. What is the date? Or if somebody else can fill this blank in. I think it's August 18th that August 18th, the drone show will go on, provided that the good Lord doesn't give us more rain. So on the 18th, I'll see everybody up there again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you for all the residents who came out and spoke today, and everybody who listened. That's good, that we have a arena for everybody to address what's on their minds. In other news, also attended State of the City. It was great. Saw some of my constituents, some friends in the community, and met some more people, and that I haven't met yet. So it's always, I feel it was really good connecting, and also getting people to meet staff, learn about all the great amenities, everything that the city offers. So I thought that was really, I think that's what we really did well.
Yeah.
So it's huge.
Oh, I agree with you.
I thought it was fantastic. I thought the band was really good too.
Oh, the band was awesome.
And anywho, let's see. I also attended a business walkthrough at Washington East. That's 120th in Washington in Ward 2. And met with some business owners. Actually met with the owner of the entire complex. His name's Jay Brown. So I got to meet with him.
Really?
So yeah, really, it was.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
impressive.
It was a surprise. We we were talking to one of the business owners, and he walked in, and yeah, so we expressed a lot of our concerns, but it also. Was it you, Becky, that told me that they're going to be doing like a facelift on that area soon, or?
No.
No? Well,
No,
Nura?
no. Now, Nura is working on the other side where Safeway is, but we're
Okay.
not on this side.
Okay, on the west side.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, but I would just encourage everybody to shop North Glen. Make sure keep our businesses here running well. We have some really great businesses, and just take a walk sometime and just check them all out. I've learned about some new businesses that I wasn't even aware of. Yeah. And, other than that, I also attended the Hispanic Heritage Meeting, and we're going to be having a festival called Festival Latino, and it's going to be going on at Adams County, and I believe it's October 1st. Was it 1st? Yeah, so October 1st, so coming in soon. So we're expecting, quite a few people from all walks of life, all the whole Latino diaspora. So it's a lot of different flavors there. So lots of food, music. So I hope you guys can make it out to that. Mark your calendars. Other than that, just want to thank everybody that comes to our meetings, and really, this is our arena for that. So thank you for doing so. And I want to address, all the concerns, but also the gentleman on URA, you could look into No Need for Speed, that program that that's how a lot of other neighborhoods have received some of that. Different methods in our toolbox, so.
I'd love to talk to you more about it.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Well, thank you.
Skyping in, Councilmember Goff.
Thank Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I do regret not being able to be there, but I had planned this family trip a long time ago. My mother is 88 years old, so it was really good to be able to see her and sisters and cousins and the whole clan, as it were. So, and I'm having had a little bit of technical difficulty, but I think I'm okay here. So in the last week, or since the last time we met, I did attend the State of the City, and I thought there were a lot of positives with that. I thought it was a big success, and I really want to thank the staff because they work so hard, and especially when the weather gets bad, they have to like do things at the last minute, and it can get confusing. So you guys did a great job, and I want to thank you for that. Also, that was something that's very positive about our community, and it puts our best foot forward. So I really appreciate that. The other thing is that I have been working on a video for Ward 3. I think some of my fellow council members have been doing something along the same lines. And I want to thank David Mullen. I think he's still here. I saw him earlier for all the hard work that he did. And he's being very patient with me working on this. And especially when I accidentally took the microphone home with me. So I want to thank him. He's doing a great job. And then let's see, I did meet with someone, a group that I had never heard of before, COPRIG. I think it stands for Colorado Public Interest Research Group. The woman contacted me and wanted to talk and get more information about our electric lawnmower rebate program. And I had to explain to her how it didn't quite work out this year, but we'll see what comes of that. Then the last thing I just, I'm kind of think this is going on, but I just want to mention, we've had all these people come and talk to us that never, we never had this many people here before. And so this is something that is so important that it's motivating people to come in. And I want to thank them for doing that. It's very important to all of us on council to hear from our residents. And this is something that we've been hearing a lot about. And I want to just hope that the action we're going to take later today will put to rest the worry and fear that residents, staff, vendors, visitors have had in recent weeks with, actually it's been almost a couple months now, with what's been going on here. And I hope that, we've had some hard lessons and we're going to be moving forward together as a community for the positive and do, and just work together for to create a better future for all of our residents and anyone going through North Glen. We want to be North Glen proud. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Usually I talk about the various boards and committees that I've been on, and last week was busy. Last week was the North Metro Fire Rescue District board meeting. Dr. Cog, which is the Denver Region Council of Governments meeting, and then of course I joined Councilmember Yaramillo for the business walkthrough on Friday. So, did I mispronounce your name? You're chuckling.
Yeah, it's
Yaramillo.
Jaramillo. Both of our last names are
Jaramillo.
Jaramillo. So
You're chuckling, so it's like, okay, I just totally, believe it or not, I have a hard time with faces and names.
Hispanic names.
Yeah. Anyway, I try hard. I do want to address three things. Usually when I speak, I try and talk in threes. First of all, I would like to thank the city and the staff for all the work that they did to put the new tiles at the Veterans Civic Memorial. I understand, talking with several Ward 3 members where there were errors, those were corrected. And I wanted to thank Belia, she's no longer with the city, but CC as well, for making those corrections. I'm also aware that the tile sponsored by the council, recognizing all military service members, is now in place, as well as the tile for myself, which was spearheaded by council members Walker and Wikovich, who pulled together money. And I want to thank you again for doing that, sir. And of course, Ashley, wherever she is. Really appreciate it. Second topic is Universal Music. I don't know how long, if you've been a long time North Glen resident, Universal Music, yeah, you're nodding your head. Used to be at the old Garland Shopping Center, and unfortunately they closed at the middle of July. And that was the Patterson family. They had started Universal Music about 67 years ago. And that's where I had my first violin lesson when I was 4. And I think I got my trombone there when I played in the band in elementary school. But anyway, they were a pillar of the community. And I wanted to make sure that you all were aware that the curtain has come down, so to speak, on Universal Music. It's a little bit tragic, I know, given how underfunded arts are in the public school system.
His pool was a violin.
I'm sorry?
His pool in his backyard.
Oh, really?
Was shaped like a violin. It was really, really cool.
So you know do the Pattersons live here in the city?
Yeah, they do, still. He sold the house with the violin pool to a friend of mine, but he's still in Northland.
I need to check out that violin. Okay. Third, and I hope you'll bear with me, long story. And the theme is North Glen. It's a special city that cares. This weekend, we had to put our dog down.
Oh.
And it was very hard for my family. I know. I share this news because it kind of sets the context of what I want to tell you next. And that is that there's a young lady at the rec center. Her name is Sanem. She's a guest relations employee. It took me about 4 or 5 meetings to get her name straight, too. So I beg for forgiveness all the time when I can't remember employees' names, which there are a lot of them. You know, she asked me that day how I was doing, which is customary every time I go into the rec center. And I said I was not doing so good. But the point is that the next day that I went in, she asked me, she said, "How are you doing today?" And if there's any one thing that I think that I've learned sitting in this seat for about 15 months now, is that the employees and the culture here in Northglen is very special. And it takes a lot of effort to nurture and protect that culture. So that's one thing I wanted to share with you all. Yes, I am hurt, I'm grieving, but the fact of the matter is, there are a lot of employees out there that really care, and they do that every single day. And it's not just for me because I'm a council member. I'm sure they treat everybody equally well with respect. So the employees here are, you know, that I've come to know in my tenure are exceptional at what they do. They're very authentic in their interactions with people, and I think that's truly remarkable. We as a council are viewed as leaders of this organization, and we must strive to comport ourselves appropriately and to hold ourselves accountable to maintain the trust and confidence that so many have worked so hard to build. And I hope that we can rise to the occasion and be worthy of the people we represent and the city staff who serve. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Long?
First of all, I want to thank so many folks for their outpouring of support. I've been invited to homes. I've been talked with on the streets. These are the people that are the silent majority in our community. They have a fear of showing themselves. They're afraid, but they have hope. These are the hard-working Northglen taxpayers, provide the funds necessary to provide city services and public works. They are honest, they're concerned. When they saw how I was being bullied on the pulpit, they thanked me for standing up on the dais for the bullying statements that were being made that were clearly untrue. I have 6 grown children. All are worthy citizens throughout the United States. I have 3 grandchildren I'm very proud of. They sent me this little card to keep hope and keep my chin up. Because the First Amendment right allows me to be silent. Regrettably, in that silence, the vitriol poured in, which had nothing whatever to do with me, what I stand for, who I represent. When it comes to equality, I treat everybody the same. I always have, and I always will. I shared with you last time on the dais my background working with nurses, doctors, everyone, teachers. If I had one shred of the hate that you are putting on me, I wouldn't be able to even stand up to any of these people. They are my friends, and I share with you again, if nothing else, what I did for the taxpayers of North Glen is I've drawn attention to some of the dollars that are being spent, precious taxpayer funds that I'm concerned with. Fiduciary duty means taking responsibility, do no harm, be a good listener, which is what I've done, what I will continue to do. Everyone should be treated equal. We're all God's children, all of us. Whether we want to be or not, we are. And we all have constitutional rights, thanks to our founding fathers. And that is the right to stay silent. If I choose to stay silent, that is my freedom of will to do so. For you to impugn my ability to do that, that's called censorship. And that's what's taking place here. I'm not to be censored. I stand for my truth. I stand for my concern for taxpayers' money. I stand for the silent majority out there, of which I'm going to share with you, there's a whole lot more out there than are the voices that are showing up in this room or on the phone. There's a great number of people out there, and they're listening to me, and they're coming up to me. And I've been invited into homes to speak to this. But never once do I castigate or demean anybody that has spoken their own personal truth, because they too have that right, that constitutional right, to express their statements. And that's what I believe in. Everybody has a freedom of expression. Unfortunately, there are some that want to read into things that are simply not true. And with that, I would ask one question, Ms. Mayor. Will we have opportunity to have conversation and discussion when we come to the resolution section?
Absolutely, that is the procedure.
Okay, then I will rest for now. Thank you for listening.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to thank everybody that came in to speak for standing up for yourself, because your voices should not be silenced, and you should be able to express how you feel. That's what we're here for. We don't always have to agree with everything that's being said, but we were elected to fill this position and to represent all of our constituents. So I will say that again. And I saw how nervous some of you were. You all did a great job coming up and speaking to different things. And I want people to keep doing that. Too many times, our chambers here are empty until something happens and then people come and speak out. So I want to encourage everyone that's listening now, come in here, speak up, speak out. Don't be silent. You have a right to stand up for yourself. And I will just reinstate what I believe, and that is that we are here to represent all of you, and I will continue to do that without any bias in my heart, because that's what I was elected to do, and it's who I am as a person as well. But I believe more than that, we need to stand together as a council, and we need to support all of our constituents. Moving on to communications. I was elected to the CML board, which I mentioned last time, and we had our retreat last week. So it was July 14th and 15th, 2 days in Thornton. We talked a lot about what is to come. So down the pipeline, we are looking at more of the housing bill. That's absolutely going to be something that's coming at us full force, so we need to get ready for that. Plus, there's other issues as well. Public safety is definitely an important issue, and I'm really proud to be on this board. It's a Colorado Municipal League, so we represent all of the cities and towns that are members of this league in Colorado, and I'm one of 21 people that was elected to serve. I represent the medium population, of which North Glen is representative of, but I also represent all of Colorado on that board. Interestingly enough, the President's Initiative, CML, for this year, every year a new president is elected and they choose an initiative. It is civility. So there will be more to come on that. It is more relevant than ever. A lot of the sessions that we had at CML were revolved around civility. And that, that is us on the dais, that is interactions with residents. It's all encompassing. And I did present something similar to that as well. So I'm pretty excited. I was also asked to serve on the BAM committee, which is the Budget Audit and Management Committee for the CML board, and the Housing Subcommittee, which will be extremely important as we get into the legislative session coming up here. I also was in touch with Rocky Mountain Partnership, High Action, High Alignment. It's called HA Sisterhood. It's an interesting, but it's the High Action, High Alignment group. And I'm helping coordinate their next event, which will be held here in Northglenn, which I'm very excited about. And it is for lady leaders in all aspects of government, and I'm very proud to do that. I also got to judge the barbecue, which was extremely delicious. And Councilmember Burns definitely did a great job. It's always exciting to watch somebody who's pregnant really enjoy.
Those ribs.
It was delicious. The ribs were amazing. Oh, those were my favorite, I have to say. And the whole, and the PD, they did such a great job of dressing it up. Congratulations again. The firefighters were kind of sad, but you know, it's okay. You guys did a great job and you earned that award. Today, I attended the Northglenn Senior Organization meeting, and our topics for discussion are very, very relevant because these were the issues that came up, questions that they asked of me last week. I think it was last week. It seems like the weeks are melting together. I brought up shopping carts in Safeway when we were talking about shopping carts, so that was the first thing they asked me about. It's to the point where they have, I guess they have locking mechanisms at the exit, but it means that the seniors can't like take their groceries out to their cars, so they actually have to either drive up their cars or have people take their groceries. And I'm like, what have we come to? I mean, it's a solution, but I'm happy that we're talking about that because the seniors were definitely very vocal, as they are, about that. Drug use was something I was told they witnessed in the Safeway, and they won't go there. Our seniors won't go there after a certain amount of time, and that's just not right. Whether it's a perception, whether it's a reality, they acknowledge that they have seen some of the changes that are taking place, more security, the carts, people looking out for them and so forth. But I just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that because they mentioned it to me again today. And the potholes, the condition of the parking lot. And I know these are all things that are Business Retention Expansion Committee and NURA, they're all taken care of. So look forward to hearing that. Thank you for those updates, Councilmember Brown. They also mentioned EB Rains, which we will be discussing, so I will leave all of the information that they gave me and their concerns about EB Rains. The seniors also brought that up to me today, so I will save it for that. And then parking. I promised that I would just say it again, parking is an issue, and I did relay that we are still in discussions when we review our master plan, and that we are all aware of it, but it is something that they wanted to elevate again. And every time they ask me to, I will continue to be their voice and represent them. So that is all I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, so we have CCPP up and running, which is very exciting. That was kind of a restart. So we had our meeting and we established the board and elected the officers. And it was a great meeting. They actually did some planning for National Night Out, and they were also present at State of the City. State of the City, I thought was amazing. I wanted to shout out the American Legion Post 22. They are such an amazing group of volunteers, and they stepped up, willing to help, and they served hot dogs for hours. And it was lovely, and they did it with a smile. It was so wonderful to see them. And also thank you to Prost, who helped sponsor the event, and their owner was there and mingling and getting to know the community, and I know he had a really good time. Huge thank you to staff. That was an enormous lift. It was a different event than we've ever done before, but it was definitely a lot of work. All departments were there, boards, commissions, committees, volunteers. I mean, that was an all-hands-on-deck event, and I felt like it really went well. There were some, tweaks we can definitely make for next time, but overall, I felt like it was a success. And I did learn, even though they're my favorite local band, the guitar player owns a business in Northglenn.
Really?
Which I was like, that's awesome. Wow. So maybe he'll be there again. So that was really fun. I had two things, well, a couple things, question. The hang signs, I need to kind of circle back to what Councilmember Brown said. I'm really confused about this whole process. So I got a hang sign. It had nothing to do with T-Mobile. It was something else. They spray painted my yard. The hang sign was like, hey, you know, cable's coming. Are they gonna dig up my yard?
There's a portion that they dig up, and, yeah.
So it's not, the hang sign's not clear, and if I still had it, I would show you. It doesn't tell me, hey, we're coming back. It just says, hey, high-speed cable is coming, but it says nothing about T-Mobile. And then it does not say they're gonna dig in my yard. It definitely doesn't say they're going in the back. So can we get some clarification around that?
I'll follow up with Kent. As Councilmember Brown mentioned earlier, we requested them to make a shift with the door hangers. So the door hangers should be specific about who they are and what they're doing, so that way you know. But I couldn't tell you off the top of my head exactly where they're digging, but the locates are done to identify where the existing utilities lie. And then depending on where they're routing their fiber, they could potentially dig in certain areas of your property, your neighbor's property. So they are supposed to and obligated to restore property back to its original condition. So if that does not happen, then you need to let me know that. And that's a conversation that Kent will have one of our engineers who's the T-Mobile contact, who's managing the work, follow up with them. Intrepid is the name of the company that's actually doing the work for T-Mobile.
I thought it started with a C. I wish I had kept, I just kind of thought, this is gibberish, it doesn't make sense. I
Okay.
threw it away.
If you
It
come
was-
across
was
it, let me
trash day.
know.
No, I threw it away.
Okay.
If anyone else has one, let's look at it.
I got mine
Do you
from
have
April.
one?
They just did ours.
Okay.
They're still doing it, but they poured it underground, and they're running everything underground, and then they are digging up some holes, and they're putting like a head that's like an underground head for access.
Okay.
So they are doing it, and our block alone, it's like every 3 houses that are getting the heads, and they're spray painting and tagging everything. But they've been out there the last like 2 weeks on our area, and that's what we've noticed.
So this might fit nicely into our additional council members' topic, because our residents shouldn't know more than we do about this.
I only know because they dug ours up.
Yeah.
If I might.
Yes.
I'm intimately familiar with these
Oh,
processes. I've been in
fantastic.
the industry for the 30 years.
Okay.
So oftentimes when a company that like a T-Mobile or any other of the various iterations comes in and they're going to install a fiber network or any other kind of a network for low voltage or anything like that, there's a process they go through. 9 times out of 10, it's not the company that's selling the product that's actually doing the build out. They subcontract that out to a company like
Intrepid.
Okay.
So Intrepid is a subcontractor, and they'll often actually sub to other people. But all of those people should have some sort of identification for the residents that will refer them to T-Mobile. It should say T-Mobile contractor.
Got it.
And then the locate ticket that I'm sure that you received is a door hanger. And it was just to explain that they're coming out in their one call, 811 call before you dig. It's the same kind of a thing. It's a federal law. And before any sort of excavation, whether it be directional boring or direct trenching or anything like that, they have to locate existing buried utility. Gas, power, telephone, all these other things. So they'll come out and they mark your yard all up with yellow and orange and red and blue and green paints. It's water soluble paint. It should degrade over time. But that's really just so that they know where that is. So if they're going to do a directional bore, then they know where not to hit it. And they're supposed to, if they're going to cross path, that's the occasion where they might dig a hole because they have to actually expose it so they can see it.
Okay.
But again, it should be restored. And there's usually some mechanism in place for restoration.
The city requires a right-of-way permit, and so they're held to certain conditions.
Yeah, and I don't want to get into this. I really appreciate your expertise. My concern is the communication is poor because there's all different colors all over my neighborhood. Red, yellow, green, spray paint everywhere, flags here and there. I'm getting questions. Do I leave the flags? Do I take them out? Can I mow my lawn? Do I have to wait? What is the timing of this? Are they digging? Are they gonna dig up our street? It just kind of appeared and.
Out of nowhere.
And so I feel like we need like a website. Like, here's how you can figure out what's happening. I don't know. I'm just getting flooded with questions, just walking the dog, as we said, right? You walk around and it's like, what is this? What am I supposed to do here? And I don't have an answer. So that was my question. And you had mentioned somebody going into the backyard.
Yeah, and then
I need to make sure they don't.
they do go in the backyard because they're gonna hang your fiber optic up against the other wires that are running down the
Oh,
street.
I don't have
Yeah,
those.
and they
Okay.
accidentally left, everything hanging
Okay.
down and Cammy was going for it.
Oh, Councilmember Wall.
Yes, ma'am, sorry, I have
No,
my,
it's okay.
so Congruix is the company.
Thank you.
I got
Started
an
with a
email
C.
from Foxtron HOA, and they just have a link to it, and they're talking 7 to, well, I'll let you read it, forward it to Miss Heather too.
Oh,
It's-
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You
I
bet.
appreciate that. That's
They
helpful.
did resolve our issues with landscaping and stuff like that
Okay,
very quickly. I tend to have a great relationship with that guy.
great.
But he did take care of it for us, put the guy's mailbox back up. I mean, there are little things
Great.
that happen.
Okay, I wanted some
Yeah.
clarification. So that was it. It was not, thank you for your help. Not meant to be a whole discussion item. I apologize. I have two kind of water-related issues. One is in Ward 4. We have a resident who has reached out annually about a ditch that runs behind his house near the high school, and it is not draining. It's supposed to be empty. It's not supposed to be a little stream. It's supposed to be empty, and it's not draining. We've had a lot of water, so there's a lot of mosquitoes, and he is really requesting a solution. Staff has been out multiple times. Doesn't seem to be a cheap solution, and filling the ditch completely is an option. So the last time we talked to the resident, the idea was, should we host a community meeting so that more community members can weigh in? They can learn about it, they can learn about the options, and that does come with a cost. So I had committed to asking council if they felt like it would be okay to host a Ward 4 community meeting about the ditch.
See. Yeah, I don't see a problem with it.
Okay,
A separate meeting or just another topic to the ward meeting?
a separate.
A separate.
Yeah, and that, there's a little cost to it because we want to make sure that everyone in the neighborhood gets notified and invited so that we can really talk about the situation there. Okay. And a little follow-up to 112th. So council did discuss some flooding that we've had there. I did reach out to the Mile High Flood District today, and they have connected with our city manager. They're working at doing some more research in this area. After the state of the city, we know we got rained out. It was very wet. It was we got dumped on. And as I was driving home, that road was completely flooded. And a few of us got out. Chief was there. Our city manager came, and we were just looking at the immense amount of water and the flooding that was happening. One of our residents, we had a little bit of a laugh because an RTD bus went by and he and I got hit with a wall of water.
Oh, my God.
And we couldn't stop laughing. It was actually quite funny. It was a funny moment. I think it diffused the tension for sure, but wow, if I wasn't soaking wet before, that was a full wall of water. So it's just something that we need to continue to look at. I know the city responded the very next day with a lot of the repair work that we had already discussed, like the maintenance and such, but it's something that we need to continue discussing with the Mile High Flood District, and I know Heather is working on that from the city level. And as far as everything else, as Councilmember Long pointed out, I'm going to reserve my comments for the resolution. So, Mayor Pro Tem would like to add.
I am so sorry. I forgot something that I wanted to address from one of the residents' comments about Euro Lane, since it is Ward 4. I did get an email from a resident last month about the exact same area with the exact same concerns about speeding, and I did ask this resident to sign up for the No Need for Speed, which is what Councilmember Jaramillo had said. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that, and I made a note to write it down and say it, and then I forgot because my communications were super long. But that road, or Euro Lane, I believe is set to be repaved as part of our residential streets program this year. And I don't know if somebody can confirm that, or I can reach out to you and confirm it later on. But is it already
From 104th down to the Reese intersection?
Yeah, Varice was, yes, I live right around the corner, actually.
Right,
Varice
but
was
then
restriped.
But then the east-west part of Euro Lane has not been repaved,
Okay.
but it wasn't in as bad a condition as the.
So when I emailed about this, we had talked about the striping. So that's just, I'm just gonna throw it out there again, because I don't know that I got a response from Ken. I think he was on vacation, to be fair.
I'll follow up with him
Okay.
and I'll get you a
you.
response on the striping.
Thank you. On
It
the
just may
striping.
not have been done yet, so.
Okay, that's, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Small, do you have any communication tonight?
I do have one quick update related to the upcoming election in November. Since there won't be a regular city council meeting before nomination petitions are available, I wanted to let anybody know that's interested in getting their name on the ballot as a candidate, know that nomination petitions will be available to be picked up in the city clerk's office on Monday, August 7th. The very first day that candidates can circulate nomination petitions is Tuesday, August 8th. And then we will also provide updates at the regular city council meeting on August 14th? But I just wanted to get that information out tonight so that everybody can prepare to come into the city clerk's office and pick up those nomination petitions in advance so that everybody is ready to go on the very first day that they can be circulated if you desire. So, and as always, if anybody has any questions about the upcoming election, I would invite you to stop by the city clerk's office or reach out by email, phone, contact us, and we will be happy to provide information to you. And that's all I have.
Thank you. City Manager Guyer?
I have a few updates for you, Mayor, and the rest of council this evening. The first is that the North Glen Youth Theater opens Game of Tiaras on August 4th. Tickets are on sale now at northglenarts.org, so feel free to grab a ticket or two. The North Glen Senior Center will be holding the Summer Salad Days potluck on August 1st in the community rooms. Free to attend, just bring a salad or dessert to share. Any other details on that, Shannon? Okay. We did have a successful Mudapalooza event this past weekend at the Northwest Open Space. There were 47 teams who played in the annual 15th annual Adult Co-ed Mud Volleyball event. Staff said it was a success with lots of smiling, muddy faces. Just a quick update from what you mentioned, Mayor, in terms of connecting with the Mile High Flood District. I did connect with their executive director this afternoon, and staff is setting in motion, working with their staff to do what we refer to as clear cutting, significant cutting down of the cattails along the ditch area. I don't have an ETA on when that will be done, but Mile High Flood District will be taking care of that with their contractor. So that's the next step in terms of the city following through on the maintenance steps that we committed to doing. And I think that is it for tonight.
Thank you. City Attorney Hoffman?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Nothing this evening.
All right. Great, moving into the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please
Count-
vote.
Sorry. Councilmember Goff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Showing. I'll make that okay with.
I vote yes.
Okay, I will close that vote, and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Great. Okay, our next item is a public hearing, CB 2007. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A bill for a special ordinance rezoning from commercial general, CG, and commercial auto-oriented, CA, to multifamily, RM2, certain real property generally identified as that portion of Tract C, re-subdivision of Lot 1, Block 47, Lots 2 through 39, Block 48, and Blocks 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53, North Glen 5th filing, per the plat recorded at reception number 807546 in the records of Adams County, lying within the west half of Section 10, Township 2, South, Range 68, west of the 6th Principal Meridian, in the city of North Glen, County of Adams, State of Colorado, and amending the zoning map of the city of North Glen.
I will now open the public hearing on the application for the rezoning of the property at 10691 Melody Drive from commercial general and commercial auto-oriented to multifamily RM-2. The North Glen City Council has jurisdiction to conduct this hearing under the applicable provisions of its Home Rule Charter and Chapters 3 and 11 of the North Glen Municipal Code. The procedure to be followed in this case will be as follows. City staff will give a brief outline of the nature of the application. The applicant may then present any evidence in support of the application. All persons opposed to the application shall then be entitled to present evidence. Any other interested person shall be entitled to present public comment or evidence. The applicant may then present any rebuttal evidence. Council members may ask questions of the staff, the applicant, and the public who testify. All witnesses will be placed under oath by the city clerk and may be cross-examined by any party, counsel for any party, or the members of the city council. Are there any objections to the jurisdiction of the city council or to the form or substance of these proceedings?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Hearing none, staff may give a brief outline. City Planner Ashley McFarland will present the rezoning application to council.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So this is for rezone 1091 Melody Drive. The purpose this evening is to consider Council Bill 2007. The request is by Headwaters Group. You will hear from them later this evening. They do have a presentation for you, and the Headwaters Group is under contract for the property. Looking into a vicinity map, we'll dive in a little bit closer here on the next slide. Maybe.
Is it working?
It just stopped. Thank you. So this parcel is on the west side of Melody Drive. You see Kennedy Drive to the north. What you're not seeing is to the south is West 106th Avenue. And then I apologize, and then to the west, you'll see Huron Street. Slide, please. Some more site data. The parcel is 4.53 acres. There are 3 buildings on the property existing. Retail, you'll see commercial there, and some restaurant space as well as a large parking lot. Slide, please. Some more site characteristics. You do have the North Glen Marketplace to the east, and then to the south you have the North Glen Square. To the north is the large Wells Fargo building, and then to the south there's 2 apartment to the east there's 2 apartment complexes, one being the Beacon House Apartments, the second the Heights on Huron. Both of those are RM2, similar to what we're looking to rezone to. Slide, please. As you can see, the parcel is kind of split, so you're getting that commercial general to the north and commercial auto to the south. Slide, please. This was notified via a mail sending publication in the North Glen Thornton Sentinel, as well as a sign being placed on the property. There are 2 letters of support that were sent to you in your packet as attachments, so please look for those in your packet. Slide, please. One more slide. Moving into the case analysis, staff did receive this application under our old comprehensive plan. I know you guys just did the new comprehensive plan, so staff did also look at what was going to be the newly adopted comprehensive plan. So with that being said, this application is consistent with both plans. This area is within an area of change. With the old map, it did say that the future land use would be mixed-use, high-intensity desired at this location. The rezone would encourage active streets, walkability, and a diversification of housing within the area. Slide, please. So again, this is an area change. It's a pretty large area, underutilized property currently. There are tenant changes both to the south and the east at both commercial areas that I mentioned before. Rezoning this property would actually bring a better mix, including residential with that largely commercial to the east and south. Public facilities and services are available for this property as well. Slide, please. So if the property is rezoned, the property, if it were to be developed, would be considered under the RM2 multifamily building standards that you see here in this table. I won't go through them, but that is what the property would move to. Slide, please. Slide, please. Moving into recommendation, staff has provided a thorough analysis in the staff memorandum, page 4 and 5. Slide, please. So Planning Commission did hear this as a public hearing on May 16th. They did unanimously approve the rezone to multifamily. And staff is recommending approval of Council Bill 2007. Slide, please. Slide. So you all have 3 options here. You can approve the request with or without conditions, deny the request for reasons stated, or table the request for reconsideration. And it let me do it, so maybe I'll keep trying. Thank you. So next steps, any future redevelopment or subdivision of this site, including plating, would require Planning Commission approval. Planning Commission does review major site plans as well as final plats. For you all would see final plats with any development that requires public infrastructure, so the subdivision improvement agreements. Any questions?
Councilmember Kondo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you know, I'm known as Aquaman. So my question is, if we rezone for a higher density of resident, does the city have sufficient water supply and wastewater processing to be able to address potential future use as high density?
Yeah, so all of that would actually get reviewed under the major site plan analysis. So all the engineering reports would go to Public Works, drainage reports, traffic reports. For anything that's significant would end up in that department, the Public Works Department, and they would then approve from there. If they can approve, they would have to go back to the drawing board.
Okay, so it sounds like to be able to answer that question, it's really kicking the can down the road for the time being, but knowing that if we do decide to rezone, there are some discussions and analysis to be done later.
So as part of any land use development, Brooks Svoboda, Planning Director, to answer your question, Councilmember Kondo, any land use application has to go through a thorough vetting of their infrastructure impact. And so what Ashley was just referring to is that this is essentially assessing the ability to have additional density in zoning. The future entitlement processes actually will do a deeper dive into whether or not the city has the ability to serve. In a general sense, when we look at it from a rezoning level at a high level, we believe that there is the ability to serve, but in the sense that we've not done the detailed analysis that typically comes along with a further entitlement package.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
To kind of further, they actually have gone through the major site plan and have gotten approvals for all engineering, traffic, and drainage.
I don't see any other questions.
Wait, I'm raising my hand.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Brown.
Wait, let me raise my hand first. I think that this is probably a discussion for later on down the road, but I'm really concerned about traffic. Now, this is a senior living complex. It's not there's no medical helper in that. It's just for fun-loving seniors, right? So I'm concerned about the parking over there. And just for, when we move forward, and with Prost coming in and the traffic, and that's a lot going on in that little area. I know that it's really good for us, but there's a lot going on over there. So I do have concerns. I know that Brooke will tell me the traffic all worked out and they'll handle the parking places, when we get to that point. But I do have concerns about that, although I do understand that all we're doing right now is voting on the subdivision of the plot. That's it.
The rezone.
The rezone. Thank you. So Brooke, yeah. I wasn't asking you to respond right this minute, but just in the future.
I don't see any more.
Thank you.
All those intending to provide testimony on the rezoning application will be placed under oath. If you will be speaking on the rezoning, please stand and be sworn in by the city clerk at this time.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to call the applicant forward to present evidence in support of the application. Well,
Thank you, and I believe I have a presentation if someone could load that up. Oh, is it right here? I can control that, actually.
Yes. Oh, it looks like you're good.
Okay. Great. Looks a little off, but that's okay. Thanks, everyone. Usually I say my name and address, Jeff Hoffman, 1165 South Monroe Street, Denver, Colorado. Appreciate everyone's time tonight. Thank you very much for being here. We're very excited about our project. And while it is a rezoning hearing, I think it's really important to discuss what we're intending to build there. Our site plan meeting with Planning Commission is imminent, so it's on 8/15. And we've spent a lot of money to date to be able to build the project. So we're moving forward with what I'm going to present here tonight and explain a little further for the group. So Headwaters Group is a Denver-based company. We're here in Denver itself. We started in 2021, and we focus exclusively on senior housing, especially age-restricted senior housing. We do acquire it, we do develop it, we do own it, and we asset manage it, and we hire property managers who are experienced professionals to do that part of it as well. I myself was born and raised south of Denver, so it's especially important to me to be able to develop quality communities here and around the Denver metro area. Our vision is simply there's a better way to age, and we help people live better by curating quality communities that match their lifestyle and values at an attainable price. Attainability is key for us. It's everything to us. Our communities really have to meet the demands of the middle market and be attainably priced. And we're excited to be able to bring that here to this community that we think is in need of that type of development. It helps to explain where we fit in the spectrum of senior housing. Of course, we are age-restricted independent living, but it's not easy for everyone to understand what that really means. We really fit kind of in the middle where you can start at a senior apartment building with absolutely no amenities or no services and low operating costs. And we're fitting right in the middle at the entry level for seniors before they would go further into assisted living or nursing care where the costs are much higher. An example of the cost of renting in our community here in North Glen would be an average rental check of $2,300 a month. If one were to go to assisted living or even more expensive communities, it can go to $6,000 very quickly and up. So we really are attainably priced, and that's important to us to be able to attract and appeal to as many residents as possible. Sorry, that's hard to read there. I'll go through a few of these points. Just wanted to dive into our product a little more and explain the demand and need for it. Everyone here knows about the growth in the baby boomer population, which is growing by 32 billion people over the next 20 years, and that's especially relevant here in the Denver market and in the broader metro area. Our residents are true seniors. They do average 72 years old. I forget exactly what the age restriction is here, if it's 55 or 60, but we easily meet that. Our residents are mostly majority women, are many one-person households. This does equate to that concern about traffic and parking needs at our community. So we have a much, much lower parking need and traffic generation than a typical market-rate multifamily community. And then we're offering a robust set of amenities to our seniors that really focuses on community events and more. We have a director who's focused on social engagement, full-time job, and that's what really attracts people to our communities, and those things grow organically. If you think about clubs and meetings and speakers and events, those types of residents really desire that at this type of a community. Again, that rent is 30 to 40% lower than that next stage of housing community. And what's nice about our community, at an average age of 70 or 72 years old, we expect our residents to live in our community for 7 to 10 years before they have to age into a different type of service, which might be assisted living or otherwise. So in short, seniors prefer our product because they may want to stay in their same community. So we do expect many and the vast majority of our residents to be from the Northglenn area. They want to be able to shop where they're used to shopping, and be able to visit their friends and their communities and stay here. But they might desire to sell their home, have a maintenance-free lifestyle, and be attracted to a brand-new building that has a nice sense of community and new amenities for them to take advantage of. Here's a recent rendering of our project to show the quality of the design. This view is taken as if you were looking from Melody slightly southwest at the corner of the building, with the entry slightly in the corner as well. And this is a view of the amenity courtyard that does not face Melody, but faces south, which is great for sun exposure. Shading elements, pool elements are very critical to our demographic. And we think we're going to provide, above average amenities at this community. On the inside of our space, we do have a clubhouse, which has the various other features that I'll go into next. I might be stuck. Thank you. You did see a rendering of the pool already, which matches this example imagery. There'll be dining facilities, there'll be fitness, there'll be arts and crafts, there'll be movement, there'll be flexible spaces. So there really are quite a bit of amenities being offered to our residents here. What I didn't touch on is all the units are 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms as well. And they average around 950 square feet. So they're not small, they're not studios. It's much smaller than a home, but easier for them to move into a space that's a little larger than they might otherwise be offered. Yeah, it might not be working. If you could go next slide, thank you. This is a unit interior example, so you can see the finishes are of high quality, complete kitchens for cooking needs and independent living. Next slide, please. This one got a little detailed, so I'll summarize it pretty quickly, but we believe this rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the comprehensive plan update. We believe it's supporting effective development and redevelopment in identified areas of focus. This is a parcel in AOF2 Marketplace, which recommends mixed-use regional land use, and our residential use will add to that. The draft comprehensive plan update does speak to having the goals to have a diversity of housing types to accommodate all stages of housing needs, which ours meets, and to improve affordability for current Northglenn residents, and our attainable price point will allow for that. And lastly, we wanted to point out that the current zoning no longer aligns with the new updated comprehensive plan, which will come into effect. And so again, our high-density residential use will meet the goals of diversifying housing types to accommodate all stages of housing needs. And that's it. Next slide is just for questions.
Councilmember Kondo.
First of all, thanks for the vision. I think the whole idea of creating attainable housing for the seniors is very much in line with kind of what we've heard from AC Rep and the state demographer, that a lot more people will be aging within Adams County. I'm really curious as to other developments that you've had. I don't know if you have Village Cooperative of Centennial. Is that one of your other
No, we do have a Centennial project. We have a project in Littleton and a project in Longmont right now. And we hope to do more from Colorado Springs all the way up to Fort Collins.
Are these still works in progress, or are they completed?
They're all works in progress because we were founded 2 years ago, so everything's in pre-development. Centennial will be the first to start construction, which is only in 2 months. North Glen's not very far away. Construction would start in December of this year.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
And just to want to reiterate one thing, our group is very experienced in development and has developed senior housing across the nation. So although our projects are newer and not developed yet, we have that experience and have done it before.
Okay, I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for clarity, the average apartment would be about 950 square feet and rent out for $2,200 a month?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that include, is that like an all-encompassing?
The only thing that we need to be paid on top of that are utilities, so electrical charges, water charges. If there's an internet charge as well, we'd be on top of that. And then there's certain, we like to include some optionality for covered parking spaces, which have a slight premium to rent those if they're a garage or a carport. Our carports will have solar, by the way. We're working with a company that provided that in Centennial. We plan to provide that here too.
And you have data that is an attainable price point for senior residents?
Yes, we do dive very deep into the demographics and to the population density and to the incomes before we decide to spend any money potentially developing an area.
And just for clarity, this is like a 55 plus community that doesn't offer any kind of assistance, like an assisted living or nursing home, correct?
That's right. Those are licensed care facilities
Yeah.
with the state, and we do not have that.
Perfect. Thank you.
I just want to jump on that for a minute. Does our team have any data on the Carl's Farm senior housing project, what the rent is over there? One might be touted affordable and one might not use that word.
Oh, no problem.
So that is part of a CHAFA funded project. I don't know the specifics, but there is, I believe, 30 and 50% AMI housing that they are providing there. It's a little bit different of a business model than the one that's being presented tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Hello.
Hello.
I really can't see your planning and all that, so I'm gonna ask a question that you may
Sure.
already know the answer to. Do you have, EV charging stations
We
built
do.
into it?
We would be providing them anyways, because we know our residents will need those, but there's new building code being adopted by North Glen. I can't remember the exact density of charging stations required, but we will be under that new code. It's quite high.
Okay, cool. That's the only question I have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, the price point, but you build it, they will come. I assume you've done all the studies, so you know what it is that's going to be presented. So this is 172, is that the number I'm remembering?
173.
Proposed, 172, okay. It definitely does fall in line with our updated comprehensive plan, and that area is in need of revitalization. I'm hoping that it will help, possibly if we approve this rezoning, kind of spread out the housing a little bit and provide more opportunities for people to buy the homes that maybe seniors need to move out of, which is one of the reasons that we were looking at updating this comprehensive plan. I don't really have any other questions, except for, yes, the price point it seems a little steep, but again, not the expert, you are, so.
Yeah, I think I presented some comparables on as the services go up. Compared to a market rate multifamily project, that might typically be only 20% higher, depending because of the services that we're providing in our community. So while it might seem a little high to you, it's barely higher than the average multifamily community in the
Okay.
area.
And then hopefully the walkability
Yeah.
is, I know this, right. Okay, so if we're looking at parking
Yeah.
and whatnot.
our residents love to walk. It's really critical that they're connected to the sidewalk infrastructure and more, and that they use public transportation and more. So that's something that drew us to this specific infill location, is the walkability to retail and more.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Condo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I follow up, maybe not necessarily for you, but maybe a staff member who can answer. So with DRCOG, there's an emphasis on trying to build higher density close to mass transit. And I'm just kind of curious, you've got the RTD kind of bus station, if you will. I'm forgetting the name of the street there, just 106th, yeah. Does that kind of fit into what DRCOG is trying to achieve? Is that considered a mass transit node, by the way, at 106th, that RTD station?
It no longer is by RTD, but under DRCOG, the entire 104th, I-25, Kennedy to Huron, that is a regional, gosh darn it, now I just lost for words here, me of all people. It's actually a regional center, that RTD, regional urban center that RTD has identified. I would also mention to the comments earlier by Councilmember Brown and to your question that you're going to, is that our comprehensive plans identified this area for a sub-area plan, which would address and look at everything in a comprehensive manner in terms of what those impacts are and how we best manage that. To that end, this type of housing and population impact would likely redirect RTD to refocus on the 106th station. Right now, it is a bare bones operation over there. We've worked with RTD in the past. It's just the simple fact we don't have the density to really make that a more robust service to create that demand, but this is a step in that direction.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Didn't see any more hands. I think the questions about cost is just because of a lot of the housing conversations that we're having, especially in this region. We don't necessarily have, the Cherry Creeks or even the Lakewood or even Thornton.
Right.
And so we just want to make sure that it is affordable. I think when I heard 2,300, I was hoping it was kind of like a water and power is included situation. So that just added to it a little bit, having the utilities be outside of it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I've seen facilities like this. I think it's a beautiful product. The location is fantastic. So my hope is that it'll be a thriving community. We love that area is being built up. Our sculpture park is right down the street. Yeah, I think it's great.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to provide testimony in favor of the rezone? No? Gentleman at the back? Okay. Any person opposed to the rezoning is also entitled to present evidence at this time. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to provide public comment? You can unmute yourself by pressing *6. I see someone, but I want to have. Okay. Any other interested persons may now present public comment or evidence on the proposed rezoning. Okay. In case you decided to say something. Okay. All right. Hearing none, I will close the public hearing on CB 2007. Ordinances on second reading, CB 2007. I would not ask her to read that again. It is the rezone of 10691 Melody Drive to multifamily RM2. Is there a motion to approve on second reading?
Move to approve Planning Commission Resolution 2307, approving case number Z123
You're gonna read
for
the-
the rezoning. You're going to read the whole thing? That's what it says.
Seconded.
Okay.
The motion should be to approve Council Bill 2007 on second reading.
Yeah.
Well, I just read what it said. Move to approve.
Thank you.
Seconded.
That's all we need. All right. Please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
I vote yes.
Thanks,
Joanna.
I haven't seen it in a while.
Do you want me to look?
Because this is a quasi judicial matter, Councilmember Goff does not vote under the remote participation policy.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. I
No
apologize.
vote for you.
So I will close that vote, and CB 2007 on second reading passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being here. We have two resolutions tonight. The first one is CR 103. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
Resolution authorizing the city manager to issue a purchase order to Workplace Resources in an amount not to exceed $1,165,353.33 for the purchase of furniture for the new city hall, and authorizing contingency in the amount of $58,267.66.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, hi. You got a packet too?
Pretty pictures. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Brooks Svoboda, Director of Planning and Development. So just going to walk through very quickly. We put out an RFP for this, for the furnishings for the new City Hall in May of this year. We received 3 proposals. Of those 3 proposals, we are recommending the workplace resource. Want to point out that the other 2 proposals, in order to match the same quality and options, that we would have probably likely exceeded what the workplace resource folks' bids were. So with that, we are recommending approval of this purchase order in the amount of $1.1 million with a contingency of $58,000. And before you, you have pictures of the furnishing options. The one thing I do want to point out is that we will be coming back to council and having a more in-depth conversation with A&D about this. The way that what you're looking at right now is called good, better, best. And so what we will end up doing is a menu select between these different varying tiers of product. What you see in the number of the contract amount reflects the best scenario throughout. So it's likely that this number will come down or change. One thing I do want to point out is that this is right in keeping with what we had originally estimated last year for the FF&E. So when you take into account all of the inflation and everything else that has happened with everything else on this project, this is one of the few things that has not seen the same cost escalation. And so we're very comfortable with the pricing here and recommending approval.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is, when I looked this over, I just was curious if this includes furniture for public spaces, like in the lobby where, residents would be interacting with it, or is this only office space for staff?
It includes all furnishings inside the building, including common space, council chambers, and meeting rooms, as well as offices.
Okay, thank you.
Brooke, I was wondering about the cost of items for the council chambers. Is that in addition? That's included in here? Does it include, I didn't see anything that looked like a dais. Maybe I'm just.
So the dais and the IT is separate. This is the actual furniture pieces. So,
that was
yeah.
my question.
The dais, as well as, I don't believe the IT is coming back to you. We've already taken that and put that into the last PMG package that you approved a few weeks ago. So that's included in that.
So I just want to double check that I missed it, that the IT package includes some sort of system. Does
Yes.
not ring for this.
That's correct.
For our little blue hands. We need a better system. Okay.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kondo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You caught me as I was trying to get food.
Your hand was up.
Yeah, you caught me. it's, like I said, it's hard being council member, especially, trying to do business and eat.
Have a snack.
In the spirit of this being a net zero building, have we thought about acquiring reconditioned or used furniture? Is that within the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here with you're looking at me like,
New building.
you're looking at me like, Madam Mayor, like I'm out of my mind.
No, just made me sad.
Well, but the whole thing is, right, we're trying to
Yeah.
not add to the carbon footprint. And I'm just trying to figure out things that go into a landfill will add to the carbon footprint at some point or another.
Won't we sell what we don't take, Brooke? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I did put my hand.
Well, may I finish my question, though,
Yeah.
please?
Absolutely, I
Councilmember-
apologize.
Thank you, Brown. Have we looked at that? Considered used furniture or reconditioned furniture?
That was not the direction that we received, and that's why it's not part of this proposal.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Your turn to get caught.
Just taking a snack break.
I'm hungry. It's 8:45.
Yeah, sometimes we get hangry on the dais, just so you know.
Do we sell? I thought we did resell some of our used furniture that we wouldn't take over to City Hall, don't we? Didn't we do that with the police department?
So I would say that the answer to that is that we will explore that possibility. I can't remember off the top of my head, it's a finance question in terms of what the value of the actual furniture piece is and whether or not that's something that we consider that for. Am I getting that right, Jason? More or less?
To see if there's any appreciation left on it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do our best to find another home for these things, and there are secondhand, like office liquidators and whatnot, that we can reach out to that are third-party vendors that will resell, so we can look to try to capture that. I will mention that if you haven't walked around recently, a lot of the office furniture in this building is very old and dated.
God.
So I'm not sure that there is a high value for it, but we can definitely work towards that.
The one thing I just want to say, this is a lot of money. I mean, this is a huge amount of money. Huge amount of money. You may not know this answer off the top of your head, and I know that it's comparing apples to oranges, right? But what did we pay as far as furniture and things like that? And you can research it if you want, for the rec center and for the police department. I understand that this is is this a bigger project than the PD?
I think the PD was bigger.
Yeah, the footprint was bigger for the PD. This was in our original budget, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And as I said earlier in my opening remarks, is that this is one of the very few things that did not escalate in price based off of our estimates from last year.
Oh, I totally understand that, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's very expensive,
I would also mention that all the other vendors were within a few $100,000s of this price, so the quality of their product just wasn't equivalent to what we're getting in this particular proposal.
Well, I personally don't, I think that new furniture is the way to go. Maybe incorporate more grains and things like that, wood that is, reclaimed wood or whatever. But, and I understand that it has to happen. But I don't like the price tag. I'm sorry, but I realize that we can't change that. So what you're asking us to do is authorizing Heather to issue a PO, right?
Correct.
And how do you think that we'll hit the contingency? Because you had mentioned earlier that it may go down.
So what you'll see in that 11 by 17 is that there's a good, better, and best option. All of those have different tier pricing, so essentially what this amount reflects is the best on all choices. So there is an opportunity that if we don't go with the best for all different selection choices for particularly council chairs, you guys may go good, not best, or you might go better. So there's some variation in that. I don't want to say that it will or
Yeah.
won't, but the idea here is that this is what we consider the upper limit. The only thing for contingency, and typically why we throw this in here for an FF&E, is because This is what the market pricing was at the time that the proposals were sent, and as you can see, that was in May of this year. So we are already into July, and that from this process, we then go through the exercise of ordering the stuff with the long lead times. There's variability that could change in pricing. So, but generally speaking, the vendors are guaranteeing these prices for a specific period of time, and that's the reason why the contingency is not as more substantial than it is.
My last question for you, I promise, is you mentioned best, better, sucks, right? Is that included in this?
That's correct.
Because I'm not seeing it, so can you tell me where it is? Is it the code letter? Is it, what is it? It tells me like this one is best, this one is,
So what you're seeing here are different types of tables and chairs. So when you see tables like on page 7 of 12, T1, T2, T3, those are all different options that have different pricing that are what we would consider the good, better, best options. And so these are all things that we will look at as we move forward for choices for furnishings as you go through this. That's why you see there's somewhat of a redundancy when you look at the pictures. But this is just sort of how the proposal was put together by them. In the actual RFP, there's a whole narrative regarding what good, better, best means and how that looks like. But the idea behind this is that we have a menu select. It's not like we're getting one chair for this or X, but we have pricing options and variability for selection.
my only thing is I would ask that we could see those prices, right? When I looked at this, I thought this was exactly what you were buying, but from what you just said, it's a representation of what we're purchasing.
So if you look on the very far right column in yellow, those are the purchase prices for each individual furniture piece.
Right.
But but some of these furniture pieces are one of 3 options to choose from for that particular type of furniture piece.
Okay.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I love Councilmember Condo's idea of Facebook Marketplace in this and thrifting, I think like that can be an element to this, but I do agree with new furniture. And I definitely, the first time I saw price tag, it was a little overwhelming, but then I thought about cost per use, right? This is people using this 365 days a year for the next how many years? And so when you put it into that sort of mindset, the price doesn't seem that bad. House all of our employees who have to sit here for 8 hours a day, allotted. Yeah, they get to, sorry. I love working.
Working in city council.
Yeah, I love working in city council. I love this chair. So if you kind of put that mindset on of, again, like cost per use and cost per wear, I think it's really reasonable, Brooke. And, you know, because we're not here for IKEA, you know, we're here for like a slight upgrade for everybody. Make sure, you know, 'cause I want people to have like good desks and a good chair. I think all of us coming out of the pandemic realize how important those things are. Yeah, but I think it's great.
I agree with Same. That was a really great way to put it. Smarter than what I was gonna say.
We work in
so.
fashion.
That's great, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Brooke?
Nope.
Okay, please open the vote.
The vote is open.
Please vote.
Councilmember Goff, how do you vote?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving into CR 104.
Actually,
Hang on, I haven't voted yet.
Oh, who hasn't voted?
Me.
Sorry. Oh, I voted.
Now I have.
I voted and moved on.
So
I
I'll close that
know.
vote, and CR 103 passes unanimously.
All right, CR 104. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution censuring Councilmember Timothy Long and Councilmember Nicholas Walker.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney to explain the process.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. There's just 2 things I wanted to touch on. First, in terms of the origin of the resolution, council at the last meeting directed me to draft it. What I attempted to do was distill your comments in response to the comments of those that requested the censure. So the words are not intended to be mine, frankly. They're intended to be the ones that were conveyed to you. And so that was how the draft originated. The second thing I wanted to point out is that in council orientation, we always talk about Section 4.7 of the Home Rule Charter related to voting. Well, this is one of those rare occasions where that section really does come into play. And so I'm going to read an excerpt from Section 4.7. No member of the council shall vote on any question in which he has a substantial personal or financial interest other than the common public interest, or on any question concerning his own conduct. And in said instances, the member shall disclose this interest to the council. So I think the language as applied here is obvious, but just to be clear, it means that Councilmember Walker and Councilmember Long cannot vote. However, because this is a matter that the United States Supreme Court has said involves the First Amendment, I would recommend that they absolutely be involved to participate, be allowed to participate, make comment as they choose, which is different than most occasions where they would abstain. But because this is, again, sort of organic authority of the council and brought within the meaning of the First Amendment under the United States Supreme Court case that I referenced at the last meeting, they should be allowed to participate, but again, cannot vote.
Okay. Okay, so it is up for discussion. Does anyone want to weigh in?
You want to do like we did last time?
I certainly can, but I wasn't sure everyone wanted to share. So I see Councilmember Condo's hand. Would like Councilmember Condo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So as I review the comment here in the whereas section, especially the second whereas where they talked about council members Long and Walker walking out of the council chambers prior to reading the Pride Proclamation. And then I look at the rest of the whereas. I don't see any language, and maybe Corey, you can help me with this, but I thought that one of the areas that we were concerned about when we discussed this 2 weeks ago was not upholding the house rules, the council house rules. And, okay, so I'm missing it. I apologize, Madam Mayor.
Specifically under. Do you see it?
Yes. Okay. I think I'm good with that. You know, this whole event has caused me to review the council house rules, so if you'll indulge me, I think that, you know, specifically rule number 1, you know, professional demeanor, rule number 2, respect of others, and I'm just paraphrasing, I'm not reading the entire item line. Number 5, listen, strive to understand and be willing to change your mind. And then number 9, agree to disagree. And most importantly, if you're a dissenter, you need to state your position. So I want to make sure, especially number 9 is kind of captured in there. You know, if you're going to act, you need to explain why. Because if you don't, it's up to the public and everybody else watching that act, guess what exactly is going on in your mind.
Councilmember Brown?
I was on heading towards the same path as you were. I've not changed my opinion. I still believe by what I said. I wish that there was more we could do for Councilmember Long, but he hasn't stepped down yet. So I am in favor of signing this and moving it forward. I just really want it to be done. It's been 3 weeks of emotional turmoil, not only for the LGBT community, but for other residents. And, you know, I just would really appreciate it if we could make it be gone tonight. Not downplaying what we're saying. I'd like to keep a whole meal down.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor. As probably happens more often than not, Councilmember Kondo probably has said this in with more clarity than I'm going to, but I do want to just express my own thoughts on this, and that I don't see this censure as keeping with the spirit of the freedom of speech, or the spirit of it. And I want to explain why. First, I want to say that it's easy for anyone to claim to speak for a silent majority, a silent minority, or any silent group. That's why it's so important to include in any group a diversity of members who are not afraid to speak. We've heard from many residents in the past couple of weeks who had the courage to stand here and tell us of their experiences and their concerns and worries and fears. Any diverse group is going to have disagreements, and I have sometimes not agreed with the majority of City Council, but I have accepted the decisions that we made. And that's why it's so important to have protocols and processes in place to maintain decorum and solidarity. It gives authority to our council, and that's Councilmember Kondo explained that really well, I think. But I also want to remind everyone that Northglenn City Council has those policies and processes. They are in place to give each council member a voice and to allow council to work through differences as we make policy for the city. Once a vote has been taken, all members are expected to support the decision. If a council member chooses not to make use of the process and then does not support the policy decision, then I wonder why they would want to be a council member and not an activist or a lobbyist. We've heard from many members of the LGBTQ plus community and their allies who had, again, I'll say, had the courage to stand up here and speak. There were opportunities for our fellow council members to speak against, well, I'm not exactly sure what they were against because they did not communicate to council, but walked out instead. And I just really firmly believe that we are not censuring them for what they said. This is about what they did and what they did not do. And I think the censure document explains that. Thank you.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for Councilmember Long. Just for clarity, for my sake, you stated that you met with our city manager, Geyer, city attorney, Corey, about the price tag that came with the Pride. Were there any other events that you spoke to them about, like the amount you spent on a 13-minute fireworks show? Double that almost?
I didn't know what the cost was at that time, nor did I ask him. Nor did I ask about the state of the city and the cost that's attendant to that, and all the staff time that goes into that for what we came out with. No, I did not. Those are things I did not. But I must say, all these events, as I review them, again, I'm new since February, so I'm reviewing backwards, and I was called on for not looking back 3 years. I was not allowed to do that. That's what I was told. So I must share with you that I have looked at all of those extracurricular, in my opinion, not operational infrastructure, staff supports. And that's what I take issue with. We've got so much money going out the door that you're not even aware of, because you're new as well. And that's what I want reviewed. And I said, rightfully so, with these two subject matter experts shared with me, the logic would be for you to wait till budget time. And I said, you're right, I will do that. It's too late in the effort to pull the plug on this or have any controversy or any discussion. So I respected their opinions and withdrew. But that does not lessen my concern for the dollars any more than when I met with them. Thank you.
Yeah, that was just a question that's been rolling over in my mind for a while, that we are questioning things with monetary expense, and we need to get everything that's
Well, if I might respond, I think that some of these statements are understated, that the true cost is not being represented. You have to include all the staff time. My goodness, how many staff hours go into these things? Besides the dollar signs for buying the stage, renting equipment. hiring the entertainment. It's very costly. And I don't know if we have a clear, full picture when we have so many hours of overtime and staff assigned to do this work. It's extensive. And all I'm doing, again, is drawing attention to the fact there's a lot of dollars going out the door that I think we should be looking at. That's all. Especially the director of finance should be knowing about this and understanding what it is.
I
And
am
she
not
is-
the director of finance.
Well, you're the
That's
finance
Jason.
person on the committee and you are clueless.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Long.
I had to get back to you with that.
Yeah, would you resign now, Mr. Long? That you've made your
Okay,
comments?
back to Councilmember Burke.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand the monetary costs and you can have concerns about that, but I think, the human cost of actions here has been pretty high, as well as the net positive of these types of community engagements. Can't really measure those types of things as well. Bringing the community together, creating safe spaces, having open dialogue and communications is something that I personally don't want to put price tags on, because I don't value anyone else's life less than anyone else's. That's my question and comment right now.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had my hand up and I put it down because I truly want to listen to everybody's perspectives. I will have to say that the reason, if we're going to stick to protocols and our house rules, what's happening here on the dais is a perfect example when we don't do that. When we don't follow that, when we don't give each other respect, including our community members, emotions become involved, and now we have absolutely gone off a path where this is not what we're here for. We are here to work for our citizens. We are here to work for our community. They elected us. They put us on this dais. And I don't think we can lose sight of that. And that's why this is happening. This is unfortunate. I don't feel great about this at all, for many, many reasons. But we have to put the same foot forward. That doesn't mean that we are rubber stamping that we all agree, because over the last few years, we have absolutely disagreed on many things. But as Councilmember Kondo said, we need to follow our rules and our protocols. If we decide to move forward on something, we move forward. And if we have a reason to dissent or not agree, we have a platform here. We have communications. We can call each other and say, you know what, I'm not so cool on this or that, you know? There's plenty of opportunities for us to say that we don't agree with something. And that communication helps open all of our minds so we understand whether we agree with what's about to be said or not, that there's a platform for discussion, a civil discussion. The reason why there's so much incivility right now in government and local government is because of things like this. If we don't follow our protocols. And we can just look at our neighbors right now. There's a lot going on with our neighbors. We could just look at what's happening there, and we have been pretty good about moving forward. So I would like to reinforce that and say that what we do on the dais and how we communicate is extremely important. And we need to follow our house rules, we need to follow our protocols, we need to show each other respect, because what I'm seeing is exactly the result of what happens when we don't. And we need to show our community respect. And part of our strategic plan is, and the reason why we have these events, right, which I get, we can talk money, like these are things we can actually have discussions about during budget time, we can talk about this. But the reason we have these events is because we are an inclusive community that wants to engage its residents. We want to keep our residents here, right? We don't want them moving somewhere else. This whole, we are an urban community with a small town feel, that's why. Because we accept our residents, we have events to bring people together. A community that works together will stay healthy, right, overall. Whereas if we are divisive, we've already seen enough of that in the last few years, and it's awful, the way we are pulling each other apart. So that is a tangent, and I will not say anything else. Maybe I'll add some more comments, but I just want to make that clear, that we have a platform to say if we agree or we don't. And we shouldn't leave it up to silence. And I absolutely support everybody's First Amendment rights. What I've heard from our city attorney is this is our First Amendment right as council, to say that we need to work together and we don't agree with this for these reasons. And that's it. Simple. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate that I'm an ally and I stand in solidarity with every North Glen resident, our staff, and all of our boards, including the DICE board. We need to redirect ourselves to uphold the vision of North Glen's strategic plan. It's right there on the wall. And some of the keys there that I think that we should really, right off the bat, inclusivity. That's what we're talking about here. That's what our Mayor Pro Tem was just speaking to. And integrity, upholding all these values, that this is, previous administrations before, we all came to agreement that we're gonna follow those guidelines. And, we're nearly towards the end of that now in 2023, how I look at it, but we gotta make sure that we stay on that same trajectory. And also, it's accountability. We're accountable for our actions, and that's what we're seeing here tonight. And lastly is respect. We all want the respect that we want to be shown the same respect that we give and reciprocating. And I think that's something that we might have lost a little bit for some people, that have, this is the accountability though. This is exactly that word, accountability, but respect. Let's just boil that down and just have the respect for everybody here in our community to really be strong, because I really want to see that moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Long, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you. As I look over the documents that you're adhering to and looking at, there's nothing in the ordinance that says a person can take issue with a proclamation. There's nothing in the ordinance that says that. In looking over this resolution, I think of the 12-hour shifts that our police officers are still working. We haven't fixed that, have we? We're working towards getting it fixed, but we haven't secured that yet. I would guess without knowing that the chief, with all the advertising, he's trying to recruit more and more police officers, qualified people to come and work for us.
Councilmember Long, I'm going to remind you to stay on topic of the conversation that we have now in front of us.
Sure.
Don't do this again. We're talking about this. You don't need to bring in other city things.
Is that we have priorities that are not being responded to. Crime is not taking a rest. They don't take a,
Councilmember Long, I'll remind you again to stay on topic of the censure and not dive into,
Okay,
or
I'll
try to
get to
divert
that.
things. I'd like to keep this civil this time.
oh, sure. Absolutely. Concern is that the council members were not representing the entirety of their constituency by their conduct. The entirety of my constituency would be in Ward 4, I would assume, and I'm never going to get 100% of the votes. So you can't have an entirety. You might be lucky to have a majority, but never an entirety. That's just the way human nature is. I don't have anything in the way of bigotry for any person. I truly don't. I don't. As I've shared with you before, on my personal side, we have got gay couples in our family that we see all the time. They're part of us. I couldn't agree more. It's just that making statements or not making statements, people fill in the blanks. Unfortunately, that's human nature. That's what takes place. And when you're looking for that opportunity, regrettably, in our society, and I dare I say it, the cancel culture takes advantage. They want to see that. And I know that there's outside forces and scripts being written for a lot of the people that are on this dais. And you frown and wonder what that is? I can share with you. We're
Can you
into a
please stick to
political
the topic
recruitment
of
system.
censure, please?
Yes.
I'd love to know what he's talking about.
Because none of us know what you're talking about. Of
course you don't.
Again, you are diverting from the topic, which is the censure. You can talk about the censure, you can talk about your feelings towards it. What
Okay.
you cannot do is degrade our residents,
I'm not degrading anybody.
there have been times that you have insulted them
Oh, no, I
tonight.
have not. No, I
But
have not.
I'm
I've
telling
never
you
done
right
that.
now, as parliamentarian, that you need to stay in order. There's to be no talk about your outside business this time, no rambling about the people that you've worked with. Please
You know, I
talk
must- I must
specifically
say
to
that,
this.
You know, when you walk into this chamber, you're to stay objective as best you can and not bring your personal animus into the meeting. And yet, every single person on this dais who's made a statement, save one or two, talk about their personal bias and their travel through life and their journey and why they come to the council with the decisions that they make and the statements that they make. And yet, we were told to stay objective and unbiased. But unfortunately, human nature being what it is, everybody up here has made a statement to that effect. Everyone. And I've taken note of that. I share with you again, there was never any intention at bigotry or hate or any of those cast dispersions in my direction. They're defamatory. They're defamatory. I am not that person. You think that I am, but I am not. I'm here to support safety in our community. That's the number one thing I'm going to be looking at in the budgetary timing. Safety, money spent
Mr.
properly
Long,
to
please
keep
stick
us
to the
safe.
topic and stop
Oh, for
dragging and
Pete's
diverting.
sakes.
The one, Mayor, I did just have one more question before we go to Mr. Walker. There were several statements that you made to the reporter that you made differently last week, or 2 weeks ago. For instance, that the Pride event was gonna cost us $65,000. My question to you is, do you understand what a proclamation is? Have you reached out to the mayor and had her explain to you what a proclamation is? Because I think that's where you have your disconnect. You don't understand what a proclamation is, and you don't know the purpose of a proclamation. So I would suggest that you reach out to the mayor and have her help you understand that. A proclamation has no cost. A proclamation is already acknowledging something that is on a national level. There is no cost to a proclamation. That is what I took issue with. That was not the place or the time. And I think that it's an education process for you to understand what a proclamation is. So Mayor, I would ask that you reach out to Councilmember Long and have a conversation with him to discuss what a proclamation is and how they are handled. Because I really do believe that there's a misunderstanding, and that led to a portion of this.
I've reached out 3 different ways, multiple times, to note. So I
Who
don't
would you
think
like to
that'll
speak to,
be-
Councilmember Long? Would you like to speak to Corey about what a proclamation is? And why they are put in their place and what they're used for? Or Heather?
With all due respect, I will decline that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Councilmember Long.
Councilmember Long, would you like to continue?
I believe I was bullied by First Amendment non-believers who judged me to have hate filling my silence, which is what I take total issue with. And dollars are precious with our hardworking taxpayers in Northland. And I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Walker, would you like to weigh in?
No, ma'am, I did not have my hand raised.
Let's check in before we move into discussion. Does anybody want to circle back? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to say, regardless of our personal biases and experiences, when we walk in here, we are held to a higher threshold. And that goes for a lot of things. We don't have the same threshold as non-elected officials when it comes to even responses from the community. Like me as a person, non-elected official, and, you know, what I need to process or allow is very different in my personal life, whereas as an elected official, I know that I'm held to a higher standard, and I know that I'm held to the standard of upholding our Constitution and upholding our charter for the city of Northglenn. Thank you.
Councilmember Kondo.
Yes, Madam Mayor, a question for you. So if there's no more conversation around the language in this council resolution, I'm assuming we're going to move for a discussion as to.
That's where we are right now.
Okay.
That's currently what we're talking about. Do you have something to add?
Yeah, I'd like to make a statement in advance of casting my vote, if you will indulge me.
You've got the floor.
Thank you. And, you know, obviously, the last 2 months have been really hard. It's been really hard on the residents. It's been really hard on us as member of the days. And it's caused me to do a lot of self-reflection. And thinking about, as Councilmember Long talked about, you know, our life experience really shapes the lens through which we look through the world. And I think I realized that when I had my opportunity to live and work in Japan and seeing the United States through a different lens, through media. But what I want to do is just share with you a few things that I thought about. And that is, first of all, 2 weeks ago, I said, I'm not perfect. And I want to acknowledge the fact that I am infallible right up front. However, I think it is my duty to do the best I can to serve the residents in the community. And so for nearly 2 months now, I've been thinking about that. And it also inspired me, I'm not trying to promote a book, but I'm just going to show this on the screen, Our Endangered Values, written by President Jimmy Carter. And he was a Naval Academy graduate and a nuclear submarine officer like myself. And in office, if you were alive at that point, he was ridiculed as president. But however, after he left the presidency, I think history will regard him and Rosalind Carter's efforts as part of the Carter Center for some of the tremendous achievements that he realized. In fact, he realized a lot of tremendous achievements even in his presidency, the establishment of the EPA, for example. You know, Carter in the book writes that we are living in a time where civility is waning in politics and society at large. Long-held American values and principles are also playing a diminished role in governance. And when I read those comments, I thought, boy, this is playing out right in front of my eyes. While I do not approve the action of some of my peers took on June 5th, I'm also disappointed that efforts to engage in dialogue and to reconcile issues among DAYS members did not bear fruit, such that hard measures like this resolution now is in front of us. Alexander Pope in the 18th century wrote, "To err is human, to forgive divine. As people, we are all infallible, and we should generally ask for forgiveness when there are transgressions both perceived and real. Conversely, the injured party needs to find strength not to escalate, but to find grace and accept that apology." Given what I've personally seen and heard, given what I've personally seen and heard,
Councilmember Kondo, you're kind of slipping away from topic. The
I-
topic is the
I am
censure,
prepared
and
to
I
close.
realize that you're closing now? Okay, thank you.
thank you, Madam Parliamentarian.
Thank you.
Given what I've personally seen and heard over the last 2 months, I don't believe sufficient progress has been made, sadly. My hope is that what has happened will spark self-reflection, personal growth, and engagement among all of us, and I mean all of us, so that this body can have productive, crucial conversations so that work of the people can continue unabated and that the confidence in this leadership body can be rebuilt. Those are my statements, ma'am. I will
Thank
yield
you,
the floor.
Councilmember Condo, for not veering too far off. I appreciate it.
Anybody else have additional comment? Okay. So a couple of things. I did not comment during council communications, but I want to make sure that the residents understand they have my full support, 100%. Residents and staff, this entire process has been extremely heartbreaking. And that said, that's not what this is about. They do have a First Amendment right to make choices. I support their First Amendment right. This is about their behavior, not their belief. So we're going to disagree on a lot of things. We often do, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. That diversity of thought is what makes democracy work. And it has a space here. But that's really not what we're talking about. We're talking about a violation of our own internal protocols and rules. I mean, Councilmember Condo started this off by listing them, by speaking them into this space, and that's what was violated. That's what was missing. We lacked professional communication. The protocols were not followed. The handbook, the house rules, council decorum is missing, and it just went downhill from day one. We were never able to capture it and to regroup. And that's what's so disappointing, because during the onboarding process, if you're new or not, you get this handbook. You are responsible for reading it. We go over it every year. There's an opportunity to reread and make sure that you agree with what's in there. We recommit to it every year. And it just got dismissed. And that does not help us function. That does not help us do the work. So to Councilmember Long's point about all the work we haven't been doing, that is true. Because on June 5th, if we had had protocols that were followed with integrity, if we had had council decorum, if we had clarity of communication, we could have saved ourselves a lot of heartache, because your positions would have been known from the moment you walked out of the room. Prior to that, if you had concerns about how we spend our money, you bring that to council, not going around the protocols to speak to our staff. That is something that we have worked on, and so it's very disappointing. I disagree with quite a few of the statements that have been made, that there's gossip and there's, too many personal stories and all of this stuff. I have reached out, Councilmember Long, via text, voicemail, email. You do not respond at all. At all. And that is not a professional way to function on the council body. Just isn't. And nobody else does that. Everyone else, if we disagree, even Councilmember Walker, disagreeing on things, the communication stays open. So that is a huge problem as we move forward. And it's already been alluded to that this conversation is coming back during the budget season. The protocols need to be followed. The open communication needs to be followed. The House rules need to be followed during the budget process as well. Everything that, the events that you have mentioned, that you are unhappy we spend money on, all of that was voted in a previous budget season, and you just need, for our House rules, to help us move forward with those. We are held to a higher standard, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. We sit in this room on behalf of other people to do the right thing. But if we cannot even communicate with each other, we're doing the wrong work, and we're not in the right space. So my hope is that we can move forward tonight with some sort of actual resolution, and we can get back to doing the work for our residents. but that this moment will also serve as a reminder to our staff and to our residents that we support you. Joanna, please open the vote.
The vote is open. Councilmember Goff, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Long, I'm going to change your vote to an abstention.
Yeah.
So I'll close that vote, and CR 104 passes with 2 abstentions.
Thank you. We have 4 discussion items tonight. I just want to point to the time. We will start and get through what we can. The first one is the City Hall construction update for July of 2023. Brooke is here, our Director of Planning and Development, to present to council.
Good evening again. This will be brief because this is looking back to June. And all we essentially have done since June is the site and grading and utility work. So I do want to point out that this project is on schedule. As you can probably see out there right now, they are already doing the caisson work as well as the undergrounding, or the underground water storage tanks have just gone in. Want to also point out that on page 4 of 8, we are tracking to be on schedule and we have no major lead time issues. I believe that as we go through this process every month, we'll be providing you updates. There'll be a lot more detail, but because we're literally just moving dirt and getting the foundation ready to go, that's where we're at. And so any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Councilmember Goff?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Brooke. My question is, it's really a curiosity. I mean, when I read this and I saw that you're on schedule, we've had so much rain and bad weather lately. How are we on schedule? How are you doing it?
So I will say that the rain has been less of a problem and the utilities have been the bigger challenge. We've had to literally move monumental mountains to get people to show up to do the work. But we have not had any delays as a result of that. FCI has been very good at getting in and out of the rain. I've watched them because it's right outside my window, that they do what they can until it comes and then they stop. So they've been very, very resourceful in staying on track.
Well, I thank you and thank them. It's amazing to watch.
Thank you. And it sounds like we do have a nice, solid project manager that's helping us out with Excel.
Yes, happy to elaborate. We did have significant challenges with Excel, which is what Brooke was alluding to, as well as another utility vendor, Comcast. But Nathan, and I'm forgetting his last name off the top of my head, my apologies. We have a new project manager assigned to us, so a couple steps moving forward. Nathan's gonna work with us on getting monthly meetings scheduled with Public Works staff on all the projects happening in the city of North Glen in order to ensure that there's no significant delays or miscommunications, that all requests for work to be done are being responded to in a timely manner, in particular this project. But the other project that's important to highlight is the Prost project at the marketplace. So he is providing assistance to us. In addition, so that'll be held at an engineering staff level, and then Brooke and I will be involved more at a quarterly project management level to make sure everything's on track. So we appreciate Excel's partnership with that.
Any questions for Brooke on this update?
There'll be more later, I promise.
Okay, no, this is good. The on track and on time
Great.
is what we want to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next item, engagement plan for Washington Point Shopping Center. Oh, Allison, hello. Our Director of Economic Development is here to present the engagement plan.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm just here this evening to discuss some plans for a community stakeholder engagement process with the Washington Point Shopping Center. We're looking for solutions that we can use to address some of the security concerns that we're hearing, ongoing property maintenance needs, You probably know that in the past, we've had some staff members that have tried some outreach, have talked individually to council members, but it seems that those activities haven't really led us to a solution. And so the proposal that we discussed with NURA at the July 12th meeting is to engage with a consultant in an 8-week process that would allow us to set up one-on-one or small group meetings with a variety of our stakeholders. So that would be the property owners, with the businesses, residents in the area, customers, obviously city staff, law enforcement, really get to the heart of what the issues are. And then work with that consultant to develop a priority list of issues and help us formulate some options that we can go back to ultimately the property owners and the businesses to identify ways we can address that cooperatively. You may know that that shopping center dates back to the mid-90s. At one time, there was a common area maintenance agreement that has since expired. All the parties have sort of opted out, and so every property owner is kind of doing things on their own without much effort for cooperation and really a consistent approach. And so I think we want to utilize NURA funding to help bring everybody together and have a really productive conversation and set a path forward that everybody can hopefully agree on. So as I mentioned, an 8-week process, so we hope to get that started here as soon as possible. NURA has given us direction to proceed with that, and I think we wanted to speak with City Council just to hear your thoughts and kind of see if there's anything that you would like to talk about as part of that process.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
I think it's really important for council, especially for the newer members, to understand that there are 7 different owners in that parking lot. So one owner, Safeway, can own 10, I'm just using them as an example, okay? Can own 10 parking places to the north, but then another owner owns the other 20, right? So it's very, I would say, rough right now to bring everybody together. NURA, Big O already did their portion. They were like right on top of it, did a great job. And US Post Office, not quite there with us. But everybody has their own opinion on it. So, you know, we just need to keep in mind that this is a difficult situation, much like Huron Plaza was, because there are so many owners in there and they all have their opinion. And for a little history, what happened was we started making demands for security around the building at the same time that their management owning company took off with all their money. So they lost the money that they had paid into the management company, and they just weren't willing to repay for something. So I think this is a really great idea. I think that it's something that needs to happen, and hopefully, you know, we can bring everybody together, because they all know what's going on up there, you know? So I'm very pleased with this.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that insight, Councilmember Brown. I was shocked to learn a lot of what you just explained when I came on board the Business Retention and Expansion Committee and started learning that there's 7 different owners. As a business owner myself, I can't imagine being in any complex that doesn't have CAM. Sometimes it's to my chagrin because it's a lot of extra money at the end of the year sometimes. But the flip side of that is what we see here, right? There's no single entity that is going to take ownership over getting things done and things paved and maintenance. So I think letting NURA step in and having an 8-week study or whatever is an excellent idea. I'm hoping that maybe there is some way that, and I don't know how this would pan out, that there could be some support to help kind of revitalize that area a little bit, whether it's parking lot stuff. And I know that's what hopefully will come out of this study, because you're nodding your head.
Yep.
Okay, so.
I think the intent is really to understand all of the issues up front and then prioritize and determine what we have, you know, what resources do we have to address some of those concerns moving forward. Yep.
I think the appearance, you know, being a sociologist and the whole broken windows theory, I think the appearance of the plaza is definitely very, very important. the perception, now there's carts, but there's still issues with carts. Things like that is so important. And the fact that I just heard from seniors today saying, we won't go there after, like, we don't go in the evening. So if they need groceries after a certain amount of time, probably using Instacart, which is cost money, but they won't even go. And so we really need to do something. And I understand it's a private, it's a private entity. We're a city, we don't own the property. And that's important for residents to understand too. But security too is definitely an issue. Broken windows theory, septed. There's places in front of the Arc that I've heard unhouse people go and urinate in that area. Because there's a little half wall there, they can do that. So I think there's definitely some things that can be done. And I just want to say thank you for stepping into this role so head-on and doing such a fantastic and excellent job, because this is important. Thank you so much for that, Allison. Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Brown.
I forgot to ask the question. Since this is not only a NERA issue, it's also a City of Northglenn issue, can we split the cost of the consultant? Can we do something,
So I'd say because it's not a budgeted item for me
Right.
this year, I think that the cleaner option was to have
get NERA.
NERA handle it. I think there will be plenty of opportunities for city participation once we get the recommendations and we find out what.
Has the RFP gone out yet?
So our hope is to, rather than having to do a full-blown RFP, to keep it at a price point that we can get estimates and get started in a quicker fashion, so.
A professional services
Professional
agreement is
services.
what we're looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah, I see the budget and time implications at the end of the memo, so I'm wondering, after tonight, what you think, I see the estimated 8-week, do you think we'll get an update sooner than that, like in the middle of the process?
I think once we've selected a vendor that we, and have a firm schedule of the scope of work, that we could certainly share that with you either in a meeting or just via email.
I fully support this. I really appreciate your work on it. I think it's what we need to be doing right now. Don't see any other hand. So, thank you.
Excellent, that is
Thank
all.
you so
Thank you all
much.
so much for your time.
Virtually painless, right?
Yes.
All right, the next item, safety at E.B. Rains Junior Memorial Park. This is Councilmember Becky Brown requested this discussion, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
First off, Mayor, I just want to comment that I did have the request to add to the agenda, the communication, and I'll pull that off and we'll put it on to the next one.
Okay.
Because it looks like we're running really close to time.
Does that work? City Manager Guyer?
Yes, I can add it to the July 31st study session. So it'll be an item unto itself, not a discussion item, but it won't have any backup to it because unless I'm
Oh.
given direction as to what the item consists of.
Councilmember Brown. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like I own it, huh? I was contacted by several residents, and then we had one today about the issues going on at E.B. Rains. And, I think that we have to look at that situation again, because obviously what we have put in place is not working. It's escalating, not a reflection of our police department, not a reflection of our park rangers. But for the safety of our residents, I think that we have to open up a communication, a dialogue. And the purpose for this tonight was to possibly, hello, chief.
Just move to the front.
How you doing? Good. Is kick off the conversation of what can we do? I understand that during the winter, it's gonna calm down, right? So we have to pull some other tools out of our toolbox for the summer and spring season and fall, when our residents were there. I've been sent pictures of, I would call them a homeless camp, where they've taken over a pavilion. And the unhoused, I understand. I totally understand. But our residents do pay taxes for that park. And we need to take a real close look at it, especially before budget time. Because at budget time, we will probably have to budget additional funds for this. So I just wanted to get it moving. Chief, do you want to speak?
Well, let me jump in here real quick, if I may, Mayor and Council. I think what would be helpful to staff, because we have been having ongoing internal discussions, is what is it that you're looking for? Unless we're given specific direction, I can try to anticipate what you might like to see in budget discussions, but I don't know, quite frankly. So if you're looking for, Chief mentioned at the last meeting that we're gonna try to do some overtime, which Officer Thompson was able to fill an overtime slot to do that. It's not voluntary, it's overtime.
Right.
So, as we move towards getting officers off of 12s and to 10-hour shifts, the number of officers we have, there's some flexibility in filling overtime slots. So I think that's a strategy that we can work with, that we haven't really been able to work with, given the current status, and Chief can explain more about that. But if council wants me to come to you with specific recommendations, I need time to be able to do that. And I don't know that I can fully commit that it's gonna be August 7th. We can try to pull some things together, but I think it has to be a conversation through the budget development. And I'd love to hear your thoughts. What does that look like? Because we've talked about different tools that we think will be helpful, and, we're taking this seriously. It is a concerning situation, and we don't want the residents to feel unsafe. We had Chief just informed me of a concerning situation earlier this afternoon that he and I need to debrief on tomorrow, which may lead me to come forward with a certain recommendation to council next week or the week after, specific to the skate park itself. So any specific thoughts you have that I would have the time to work with staff in the next couple of weeks to vet whether or not those are viable options, would be helpful. We'll continue to budget for park rangers, which has been a very effective tool. We'll continue to budget for, making sure we're doing what we can to support our police officers, both in terms of compensation, so the recruitment side of things, the retention side of things. And I don't yet know what it looks like in terms of adding FTEs. We're not there yet. So anything else, please share, I would say tonight or moving forward into August 7th, but I'm not gonna have concrete, this is what you need to do, council, because this conversation's just getting started.
And I appreciate that. I think knowing that Chief was here for the public comment, I would actually like to hear what your thoughts are. I know, we can say things, like I can say lighting, and we need to figure out what that's gonna cost. We know it's expensive, but it's a strategy. But I would like to hear from you what you think.
So this is something that comes up almost every year, right, dealing with that. And I can tell you for years, I still don't feel the skate park's in the best locations. Bounces right up against the townhomes. It's in a dark part of it's hard to get good visual from the streets for us for visibility. So that's some of the challenges we have with where it's located and the courts and lighting. One year we put up cameras, and I think that's a really good option for the future when we really start looking at that crime prevention through environmental design to some of the camera systems, and we're looking into that right now. Amanda's team is looking for that. One of the things that we're trying to do, I can tell you that actually Officer Nate Thompson's here tonight with us, and he's one of our certified bicycle officers, and he told me he's dedicated going out there, and I don't like having him out there by himself, right? So trying to get more officers to get out there and ride with him. So we are currently on 12s. This weekend, we're going back to 10s, so that's a huge deal. This is something that we've been on these 12-hour shifts since I think it was like November of last year, and it's been very challenging because of the officer shortages. We're starting to see over the next 6 months, we're gonna see a lot more officers come in where we're gonna be more, staff. It doesn't help us right now in the parks, but what the 10 hours does, it's rotating days. It's not a team concept. So what happens, just like with the 4th of July and everything else, so we have one team that's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off, the other, Thursday, Friday, Saturday off, the other team has Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off. So that team that's off on the weekends is really the 4th of July fireworks enforcement teams and all that. So we've really put a lot of strain on that group of officers and kind of burn out, right? So, and that's Officer Thompson's crew, but he's like, hey, I'm gonna still come out. And I task him trying to find some partners to ride with him. But just him being out there, I would kind of say with the juveniles that are in that park right now, it's almost like Lord of the Flies. They kind of took over that area of the park, and they think they own it. Even with Officer Thompson in there, they surrounded him, the other night when he was out there, so we had more officers go out there. So we really need to show that we're going to take over, that they're not in charge of that park. That park belongs to the community, right? So we want to make sure, just like the couple said, that they live close by. The more eyes we have out there, the more communication we have. That's one of those things between Safeway and EB Rains Park, trying to put a lot more directed patrol into those areas. So that's the short-term stuff that we're trying to come up with. Any other questions? I mean, again, with the SEPTED on that park is very important, and we look forward to some of those over the next couple of years of what we're going to get done and accomplished over there, so.
This may not be a popular idea, but can we fence it like they do in California? Fence it and lock it?
Oh, the skate park?
I mean, all of them in California
Well,
are
Put-
fenced.
I can tell you,
mean,
the city
Chief wants to
manager and
fill
I,
it
we were
in.
talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me a bulldozer and I'll
Fill
take
in.
care of that problem.
fill it in.
But again, I can tell you, I was out there just a couple weeks ago and I brought my grandkids, in EB Rains Park. It's a beautiful park. It's absolutely gorgeous. And where we were at in the playground and everything else, super safe. I felt comfortable bringing my own grandkids out there. But there are some elements that come in the night, some of, dealing with some of the other stuff that we have. And I gave direction to my officers. If they see violations in the park, they take action and they issue summonses. So those that are not obeying some of the rules and that they need to, the thing is, if you can't do what's right there, we want you to leave. So that's some of the stuff. And I'll be working with Corey on some of the things with some of these kids that we've already issued summonses to, and then work with the courts to see if we can get some trespasses on them, and they say, you're not welcome back here for the rest of the summer. So there's some things that we implemented in the past that we can implement again to make sure that we take care of some of those feral cats last year, feral kids this year. So, some of those issues that we're having and problems that we'll take care of, so. Corey's shaking his head. He's like, oh my gosh, this is recorded.
Well, but 9 News left.
Yeah.
Hopefully that won't be a quote. You're not chopped liver, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
But that's some of the things that we're doing short term. And then I can't wait to get more officers on board so we can, really fill some of those spots.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, have you tried hiring a Irish mother to come in and guilt them?
With a spatula?
I think,
No, guilt. All you need is guilt.
well, I think that's a great point on how we can get some of these kids connected with the parents and having parents taking some responsibility. If we catch them out there doing something, we're not taking them home, we're pulling the parents out of their house to come over, grab their kids so we can have discussions. So there's some tactics we can use, make it inconvenient for them on the actions of their children, so. But these are 13, 14-year-olds and, and mouthy. I mean, they're very chirpy to Officer Thompson when he was out there trying to deal with stuff. And we have some video that I'll get to the city manager, so.
I also want to bring up, I think, our wonderful citizen who brought this up, Brian, and something, I'm the council aficionado, or whatever the title is, to the Parks and Rec Board, and something that has been brought up is the gap in programming for teens that age. And I do think that is a very big issue here, where we have, summer camps and day camps for young kids, and then it kind of goes out the window. And, what are these kids' options when it's like 1,000 degrees outside, might not have central air, you're outside in the park, things are happening. This was just like a thought that I was having of like, how do we provide these resources to kids in the community to give them a great role model, a mentor, a program that they can channel their energies into, that isn't destruction of city property and, tormenting parkgoers.
So, Councilman Burns, that just makes me smile because I'll take you on a little history tour of back in the 90s when I was on my bicycle in my Reno 911 shorts. So
Thank you for
the
that
same thing.
imagery.
So again, this has happened a lot in E.B. Rains Park. And so we had, at that time, we had community grants that were available. So I wrote grants for rec passes. And those rec passes, I would give to those kids for that purpose, get them out of, areas so they're into a more supervised, playing basketball and in the rec center. So they're recreation passes that I worked with Amanda putting together years ago. Funny story is one of our current officers grew up at 301 Malley, and he's one of the ones that I used to give passes to get him into the basketball courts. So it does work, and that's another excellent way to do that. Some we can touch, just like, that individual became a police officer, right? So that's that positive influence, that positive mentorship that we can go out there. And I guess some of these kids, they're looking to others, the rougher kids, for that leadership. But if we can get like individuals like Officer Thompson out there to build those relationships with some of those kids, they'll see that person as kind of the knucklehead they are because they're always getting in trouble. And they'll look at Officer Thompson and some of my other officers saying, hey, we should be listening to them, and maybe they'll start following just like my current officer did when he was a kid, following me around on my bicycle, so, but that's where it's important. So that's a great thing. But we did that at one time and had some success with it.
I love that idea, thank you. But I just want to make sure we're not punishing families that don't have any other options, with parents who have to work multiple jobs, childcare. I personally know is criminally high in the state. I mean, it's more than a mortgage payment. And so like anything that we can do to help the community.
So with that same individual I'm talking about, he got in trouble. And I became good friends with his parents. I went over there, and they even said, they're like, Officer May, we really can't afford it. And I'm like, well, if he's up to it. So I ended up having him paint railings over at E.B. Rains Park. And years later, he said, I showed my friends and everything on the railing I painted. And he goes, and it looked new. And he goes, you had other people paint that railing. It's like, yeah, there might have been a few that painted that railing. So.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was taking some notes, and one of my notes was youth outreach, specifically piggybacking on what Councilmember Burns had just said, is sort of what I was thinking. Is there any way we can think of activating that skate park? I don't know if it's bringing somebody in to do skate lessons or something cool, that gets kids involved and kind of maybe makes kids who want to participate and stuff be there versus the kids who are causing the problems, or maybe the kids who are causing the problems go, oh, look, I'm pretty cool, I know how to skate, I can also jump in here. So that was one question I circled, like SROs, kind of like what our SROs are so good at doing in our schools, right? They reach out and they know who those kids are that need a little extra attention, they keep their eye on them, and then they're mentors. At least that's how I've seen our SROs operate. They're truly mentors for the kids in our schools. So something like that. I have some other notes, but I feel like you want to say something to that, Chief?
No.
Okay.
I'm just listening.
So that was one idea, because, we're talking about programming, and the whole purpose of the skate park was to have something for our youth. And so it's just so tough to think that, they're taking away the one thing or ruining the one thing for other kids that maybe want to use it, or people who want to just walk by the parks. So maybe that activation, looking at it a little bit differently, might be something we can think of versus outside programming somewhere else. I mean, ultimately, you know, maybe the skate park needs to move. That's a ton of money, and I know that's a discussion we probably don't want to have right now.
I'd like to have it. but
Lighting, I did hear kudos today from the NSO, the senior organization. They did say that with the tree trimming and stuff that happened and, you know, having more clear line of sight were their words. They feel like that's been better. And maybe it was Officer Thompson, but they're like, yeah, we noticed a police officer on a bicycle and going up and down the paths and stuff. So they paid attention. They noticed that too. And they want to see more of that. This is from our seniors. I'm sure you hear from them a lot. And then the other thing is I would be in absolute support of overtime, you know, if they can handle that, and the ones that want to, because of course, burnout and spending time with family is an issue. But have we looked at, and this is of course money again, private security to supplement some of the times that are maybe the most active, or something to be backup to one police officer? And I know, you know, you're very particular with like the type of training and the type of security we would hire. But I'm just throwing that out there if that's an option every now and then. I heard that some kids were swimming in the water, in the lake too, and that they've been doing that, maybe skinny dipping.
Yeah, that's what
So what I
yeah, I
heard.
heard on, that came through next door. That was a next
Oh,
door.
is that?
they
Okay.
were-
I heard it through the seniors. So those are just some ideas that I have. Outreach, mentorship, activating the area, private security. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
One thing to just clarify, so some of the kids that we're dealing with over there currently, the group, and Officer Thompson could probably confirm this, is that most of them don't even use the skate park.
Right.
So they're just there hanging out because, again, it's in a place, there's a picnic table, there's other things that, so getting those non-users out of there or, I mean, he sat up with his car lights, you know, shining in on him and made him uncomfortable where they were, you know, moving. So I think the more visibility we have over there and just sit right next to them, last thing you want to do is share in a bench with a police officer. So,
I would at any time. But I think that as long as our visibility increases, I think it'll reduce some of the issue. But there are other issues besides the skate park over at Webster Lake, you know? We all know. I was wondering if there was a way to close access from between the Petco and the empty GNC building over by Safeway, so that it makes it just a little bit more difficult for people who are unhoused or just looking for someplace to cause a little bit of trouble to get there. Is there a reason that we've had to keep that open? I mean, I know a lot of our residents walk through to get to the park, but
Do you know, Chief? I think it's the way it was designed.
I think that's
to be
how it was
open.
designed. It was that open field coming in, you know, that they have access to come into the park from that area. It does cause some issues with the 11801 complex and some of that. So I think they're talking about having a consultant come in for that area, working with those 7 owners to come up with the design or an idea on how they can, you know, shut down some of that accessibility that's causing problems for them over there. And then another way, I think when we took out all those trees and everything else, we don't see the camps in there like we used to. So that's a good thing. So again, a lot of this, the SEPTED stuff on, you know, lighting and cameras and all of that, and some, you know, things we can do to make places kind of uncomfortable for people to hang out with, that will help us, you know, in the future. So I really look forward to, you know, some of the things that will be implemented over the next several years through some of the plans that's coming from parks.
so we don't own any of that property, like around the lake, like that? Yeah.
We do. It's a hodgepodge. If Amanda was here, she could tell you exactly where the boundary lines are. I apologize, I cannot. I mean, it's an older shopping center, so that you can look at it today and say, it looks like there's underutilized space at the back of the shopping center. So we've been having conversations and I think through this engagement process, I'm hopeful that the consultant will have some ideas. I mean, it's gonna take some work to get property owners convinced that they need to make some changes, and certainly we'll push as hard as we can and really facilitate ideas being put on the table. You know, there's pros and cons to fencing, and if you use the example of the fence replacement that we're gonna do down at the south end, just across from the skate park, we've recommended from a SEPTED perspective, thanks to Chief May's advisement on that, not doing the typical wood solid fence. We're doing the wrought iron fencing, because when you start putting fencing around areas, you got to use the right type of material, otherwise you can create a sense of, a different sense than you're really after. So, I mean, we can look at all options, and I think that particular area we can tie into the engagement process and see if there's something more we can do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, I have to put my parliamentarian hat on again.
This is your discussion item. If you
Oh, I
are
know.
wrapping it up, wrap it up.
Well, it's 10 o'clock, so we either have to vote to extend or call it quits. I do want to have more time to bounce ideas off. I just don't know if that's like in a study session or if that's in a meeting. I think that we've heard some great things from Chief, but if I'm listening right, I think he's saying like years down the road.
No, I don't.
Did I hear that wrong?
No, my goal is to get enforcement out there.
Okay.
You know, as much as I can. So the visibility piece is important to get out there and make sure we have people out there on those, especially those Friday and Saturday nights, right?
Yeah.
So
all that, if I may just elaborate a bit, because Chief's point is being able to move officers from 12s to 10s frees up officers to take on the proactive work that we've been struggling to meet. So the traffic team, all those special assignments with the events and everything. So our hope is in time. So I wouldn't say years. I would say, let's see what progress we can make through the year end. On that front, and then all these other ideas. It is a study session topic. So if council wants to direct me to schedule it as a separate discussion to be continued, I can look at where we can add that.
I'm okay continuing the conversation if you
Oh,
want to.
okay, all right. I'm fine continuing the conversation, but you have to do a consensus.
No, I mean, in a further
Oh,
study
I'm
session.
sorry.
In
I
a
thought she
further
wanted to
study
stay
session,
late.
just like
No,
Heather said.
I would be fine with that, and I think it is a study session item. And I hate to say this, but I think that we have to have a conversation going before we go into budgets. Otherwise, we're not gonna have money to apply to any changes that we might be making, to allocate for additional overtime and things like that.
Not necessarily. So next week, my plan was to bring the budget process to council because there are several council members who have not been through a budget process, and I'm aware of the conversation at the finance committee level. So my hope was to talk through the budget as we did last year. I bring forward a recommended budget, not a proposed budget. So the recommended budget is subject to change based on the input of council. So, we've got to put the framework together and have it balanced, but then there's gonna be a list of council, do you wanna prioritize this? Last year, council staff said, let's prioritize this, and council said, no, let's prioritize this thing over here. So that's the process at a very high level that we're gonna keep with unless I'm directed otherwise. So we'll talk about that next week. I can find some space and be creative with the August 7th study session. We do need to have our compensation consultant give council a presentation. That's first and foremost because she's not available other Mondays in August. So let me talk with Jason and we'll figure out how we can wrap more of that conversation, this conversation into that study session to keep the conversation going. But the budget, even when you adopt the budget, you have to remember this, even when you adopt it at the end of October, you start changing it, right?
Right.
So the key is to keep us on track to budget adoption at the end of October. And then come January 1st, we start making amendments and making changes, but that's because it's a living, breathing document.
Right. So are you telling me we don't have to do it at the next meeting? We just go on?
I would recommend that I'm given the ability to look at how I can fit it into the August 7th meeting, because we do have a full agenda for July 31st. So I've got, on the July 31st agenda, I have a previously requested study session item for violent crime and fentanyl, dog boarding kennels in residential zones. That's the Rover discussion that we committed to bringing back, land use housing initiatives. I have the communications item that you requested, and then the 2024 budget process overview.
Go ahead and move communications off of that, and I will get a document going on what I'm looking for. I know I have to come back to council for consensus. It'll give me a better idea of how much time it's gonna take and things like that.
Could I request that you and I have an offline conversation?
I would love to do that with you.
And then we figure out where we can schedule it.
I'll throw you my calendar.
Okay, thanks.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that.
No. Got to get the resolution. Okay, thank you, Chief. So really quickly, public invited to be heard. This is, statements are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Comments must be related to an item previously addressed by council during the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to council at this time?
They're gonna arm wrestle.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adam Nowicki. I live at 11404 Claude Court. This is my first council meeting. I've lived in North Glen now for 4.5 years. I love this city. I think I really just want to express my thanks to all of you for the opportunity to be here. Full disclosure, I am running for city council in Ward 2 in the fall. But I'm just reminded by being here tonight that democracy is hard. As I think George Bush once said, this whole thing would be a lot easier if it were a dictatorship. But it's not, so it's hard. And we have to talk to one another. And I appreciate hearing all your comments and kind of thoughtful questions, and thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Hi.
Hi.
Just real quickly, I've been sitting back in the back of the room. Actually, I've been kind of hopscotching around back there. And just considering everything that's been said and has been presented and done this evening. And I think I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't bring this up, and I don't want to belabor the point, and I don't want to continue down the path of negativity, but I will say this, that being bullied, sirs, is not what's happening here. You're being criticized. And if you can't take the heat, you should get out of the kitchen. Understand this. You said you want to treat everybody fairly and everybody just the same, and your words and actions were taken out of context. You've doubled down. You've been criticized. I would invite you to experience some of the real bullying that occurs out there in this community. Have you ever had to go visit a friend who's been hospitalized because they've been beaten within an inch of their life because of who they choose to spend their life with, because of who they love? Shame on you for saying that. Shame on you for saying you've been bullied. I'm sorry you're feeling criticized, but that's the position you've been put in. And I would think really long and hard and be very considerate about your choice if you want to run in November. Maybe this isn't, maybe you should go find your passion elsewhere. It's embarrassing. Councilman Condit, thank you for bringing up Jimmy Carter. I mean, honestly, I don't care what your politics are. We should all aspire to be as good a person and as a remarkable person as he has been. And I'm weirdly satisfied that you guys are as dysfunctional as my whole extended family. It's amazing, you know. It's these things that, like, in our family, is like these come to Jesus moments where actual progress is made. So I think that there are lessons to be learned and lessons to be carried forward. So I hope that, you know, when people are being critical of us or giving us accolades, we're taking that in good measure and being considerate of those things as well. 0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? No. All right, there being no further business, we are adjourned.